Section 1. The show that saw everything coming. There is a television show that has been running since before most of its current audience was born. A show that started as a short animated bumper between sketches on a late-night variety program. That grew into a half-hour comedy. That grew into a cultural institution. That grew into something no one fully has words for anymore. A show that has been on the air for 36 years and shows no particular sign of stopping. A show that, across nearly 800 episodes, has done something so consistent and so strange that even the people who make it have stopped trying to fully explain it. The Simpsons has been predicting the future, not guessing, not occasionally landing a lucky shot in the dark, predicting with a regularity and a specificity that has, over time, crossed the line from coincidence into something that feels like it requires a different word entirely. A word that sits somewhere between pattern and prophecy, between satire and seeing. A word that nobody has quite settled on yet. And tonight, we're going to go through all of it. Every prediction, every coincidence, every moment where a cartoon family from a town that does not appear on any map looked out at the world and described something that had not happened yet. We are going to go slowly. We are going to be thorough. We are going to let the story breathe, because this story deserves to breathe. It is not the kind of story you rush, so wherever you are right now, whatever position you have settled into, whatever has brought you here tonight, let yourself get comfortable. The lights can stay low. You do not need to take notes. You do not need to stay alert. The story will carry you. And if you drift, that is all right too, because the story will still be here when you surface again. Springfield does not go anywhere. It never has. Let us begin at the beginning, because the beginning is the only honest place to start. December the 17th, 1989. A Sunday night. The first full episode of The Simpsons aired on the Fox network, a network that was itself barely 3 years old and was still being dismissed by most of the television industry as a novelty, a hobby network, a place for material that the established broadcasters had decided it was not quite ready for their more serious stages. Fox was the underdog. The Simpsons was the underdog on the underdog. And on that Sunday night in December, something happened that nobody expected and nobody had a framework for. People watched it, and then they told other people to watch it, and then those people told more people. And within a few seasons, The Simpsons was not just a hit, but a phenomenon, a cultural event, a thing that existed not merely as entertainment, but as a shared language, a set of references, a way of looking at American life that had not quite existed before. The show was created by Matt Groening, a cartoonist who had been producing an alternative comic strip called Life in Hell, which ran in alternative weeklies and which had attracted a small but devoted following. When the producer James L. Brooks approached him about developing some animated characters for the Tracy Ullman Show, Groening sketched a family in the waiting room outside the meeting, too nervous about the prospect of giving up the rights to his existing characters to use them. He drew a father, a mother, 3 children. He gave them the names of his own family members. He drew them yellow because no one had used yellow for animated characters before, and it would stand out on television screens. He described the town they lived in as Springfield, one of the most common city names in America because he had grown up near Springfield, Oregon, and because a name that common would feel familiar to almost anyone watching. That was the original plan. Familiar, relatable, a family that felt like it could live down the street from you, wherever you happened to be. What nobody planned was what the show would eventually become. What nobody drafted or scheduled or intended was the strange, slow, accumulating phenomenon that began to emerge over the years and decades that followed, as episode piled on episode and season stacked on season, and the jokes and references and satirical observations began to outnumber anything that could be consciously tracked. Nobody planned for the predictions. But here's the thing about something that no one planned. It does not make it less real. The predictions happened. They are documented. They are time-stamped. The episodes exist, the original air dates are on record, and the real-world events that followed it are part of the public historical record. Whatever the explanation turns out to be, whether it is coincidence or pattern recognition or cultural priming or something else entirely, the predictions happened, and they are worth knowing about. The writing staff of The Simpsons has historically been one of the most educated and intellectually eclectic in the history of American television. In the show's early seasons, the room included writers who had graduated from Harvard, from Yale, from other institutions where the habit of reading widely and thinking carefully about the direction of the culture had been, if not installed, then at least deeply reinforced. There were people in that room with backgrounds in mathematics and science and computer science and law and political theory. There were people who read widely and voraciously, who paid close attention to the world, who understood that the best satire requires not just a sense of humor, but a genuine understanding of the thing being satirized. These were not people throwing darts blindfolded. They were people who looked at the world with clear eyes and then described what they saw. And sometimes what they saw had not quite arrived yet. Sometimes the thing they were describing was still a few years or a few decades from becoming the headline that everyone else would recognize. That is the most charitable and probably the most accurate explanation for most of what we are about to discuss. Careful, informed, intelligent people extrapolating current trends to their logical conclusions and being right more often than probability alone would predict. But even granting that, even giving the writing staff full credit for being extraordinarily perceptive about the direction of American culture, there are moments in the history of The Simpsons where the specificity of the prediction exceeds what trend extrapolation can comfortably explain. Moments where the details are too precise, the names too specific, the visual imagery too exactly matched to be fully accounted for by someone just reading the present carefully and pushing it forward a few steps. Those moments are the ones that linger. Those are the ones that have accumulated over the years into a mythology around the show that has taken on a life of its own, spreading through social media and internet forums and dinner table conversations, becoming part of how people talk about The Simpsons in a way that is separate from the comedy, separate from the characters, separate from the emotional storytelling that has made the show genuinely beloved by multiple generations of viewers. The predictions have become their own story, and that story is what we are here for tonight. We are going to move through it section by section, era by era, category by category. We will start with politics and work our way through technology, science, corporate life, disasters, entertainment, international events, surveillance, space, and the environment. We will look at the hits, and we will also, in the interest of honesty, look at the misses, because there are many misses. And understanding them is part of understanding what is actually happening with the hits. We will talk about how the writing process worked, what the room looked like, how jokes were made, and how research fed into those jokes. And we will end, as the show itself tends to end, not with a tidy resolution, but with something more like a feeling, an impression, a sense of what it means, that this particular show, in this particular era, has been telling us things about ourselves that we sometimes did not know yet. But first, a moment of comfort. The pace tonight is deliberately slow. The sentences are long. The silences between ideas are wide. You are not being rushed toward a conclusion. The conclusion will arrive when it arrives. Until then, there is only Springfield and the long, strange story of everything it saw before the rest of us did. If you are enjoying this so far, drop a comment below and tell us where in the world you are watching from and what time it is where you are. We love knowing that people are falling asleep to this show from every corner of the planet. And if you have not subscribed yet, now is a very good time. The subscribe button is right there and it costs you nothing. And it means you will always know when we come back to Springfield. Section 2, the political prophecies. Trump, presidents, and the machinery of power. Of all the predictions that The Simpsons has ever made, the one that broke through to the widest possible audience, the one that traveled furthest beyond the show's existing fan base, and lodged itself in the cultural imagination of people who had not watched the program in years or possibly ever, is the one that involves Donald Trump. Let us establish the facts of this one carefully, because it is the kind of story where the facts matter and where the temptation to exaggerate is strong, and where the actual truth, even without exaggeration, is remarkable enough to carry its own weight. The episode in question aired in the year 2000. Its title was Bart to the Future. It was the 17th episode of the 11th season, and its premise was built around a flash-forward narrative, a device the show had used before and would use again, where the characters are shown at some point in the future, older, having lived through decades of life that the viewer has not seen. In this particular vision of the future, Lisa Simpson has become the President of the United States. She is described in the episode as the first female president. She is shown moving into the Oval Office and inheriting, as the dialogue explicitly states, a budget crisis left behind by her predecessor in that office. The name of that predecessor is mentioned in the episode. It is Donald Trump. In the year 2000, Donald Trump was a real estate developer and television personality who had flirted publicly with political ambition for several years without ever committing to a campaign. He had explored the possibility of running for president as far back as 1987. He had floated his name as a potential candidate on several occasions. He had made himself visible, as he always had, through sheer force of attention and noise. But in the year 2000, a Trump presidency was the kind of thing that a comedy show might reference as a shorthand for absurdist speculation. The kind of joke that works because the premise is so outlandish, so clearly beyond the range of anything that could actually happen, that the exaggeration becomes the joke. 16 years later, in November of 2016, Donald Trump was elected the 45th president of the United States. The episode had aired 16 years before that election. The screenshot of the relevant scene circulated so widely in the days following the election result that it became one of the most shared images in the history of social media engagement with the television show. People who had never watched The Simpsons were sharing it. People who had not thought about The Simpsons in a decade were sharing it. The phrase The Simpsons predicted, it became a meme, a template, a framework that the internet would apply again and again in the years that followed whenever any other apparent prediction surfaced. But the Trump prediction, examined closely, is not quite as simple as the meme suggests. And examining it closely actually makes it more interesting, not less. Here's what the writers of that episode have said about how the joke was conceived. The idea was not to make a serious prediction about the political future of the country. The idea was to use Trump as a symbol for the most extreme possible version of the celebrity-driven, spectacle-oriented political culture that was already visible and already gaining momentum in the late 1990s. Trump had been a fixture of tabloid culture and television culture for years. He had appeared on the covers of magazines. He had made cameo appearances in movies and television shows. He had built his public persona around the idea of extreme, almost cartoonish wealth and success. He was already a character, in the theatrical sense, before the writers of The Simpsons ever put him in an episode. When they used his name as a punchline, they were not predicting. They were exaggerating. They were taking something that already existed in the culture and pushing it to the place where satire lives, which is the place where you say the quiet part out loud, where you follow the logic of what is already happening to its most uncomfortable conclusion. The problem, if you want to call it a problem, is that the most uncomfortable conclusion turned out to be accurate. And that is the essential story of The Simpsons and politics told in miniature. The show does not exactly predict. The show observes the present with exceptional clarity and then describes what that present becomes when you follow it forward without flinching. And sometimes the thing it describes arrives before you think it will. And the description that was meant as a reductio ad absurdum turns out to be a weather report. The Trump prediction is the most famous, but it is not the only one in the political category, not by a long way. There is the matter of the electronic voting machine. In a 2008 episode that aired during the presidential election season, Homer Simpson attempts to cast his vote during an election. He stands at an electronic voting machine, presses the button for Barack Obama, and watches the machine register his vote for John McCain instead. The joke was meant to satirize concerns that were already being raised at the time about the reliability and security of electronic voting systems. Those concerns, at the time of the episode's original broadcast, were considered somewhat fringe, the kind of thing that election security advocates and computer scientists worried about but that had not broken through to mainstream political consciousness. Over the following decade and a half, the integrity of electronic voting systems became one of the central debates in American political life. What was a background concern in 2008 became, by 2020, one of the most intensely argued questions in the country's democratic life. The Simpsons drew it as a cartoon gag 12 years before it became a front-page story. There is also the prediction about the show itself and its relationship to political power. In several episodes across the run of the series, The Simpsons has depicted the machinery of American political fundraising. The way that wealthy donors shape political outcomes through financial relationships with candidates, the way that corporate interests translate into legislative priorities, the way that money moves through the political system in ways that are technically legal and deeply corrosive. These depictions were consistently played for comedy, but the substance of what they described has been validated repeatedly by reporting and research into how American political campaigns actually function. The show depicted the relationship between wealth and political power in Springfield with a clarity that, in retrospect, reads as almost documentary. Mr. Burns uses his fortune to purchase political outcomes. He funds candidates. He threatens newspapers. He controls the information environment of the town. He shapes what people know and do not know about the world around them by controlling the systems through which information flows. In the show, this is played as villainy, as the exaggerated behavior of a cartoonish antagonist. In American life, over the decades since the show began, the mechanisms that Burns represents have been documented with increasing thoroughness by journalists and researchers and legal scholars who did not need a cartoon to tell them what was happening, but who might have found that the cartoon had already drawn it. Let us talk about another political prediction that receives less attention than the Trump moment, but is in some ways more structurally interesting. In the 1993 episode Margin Chains, the show depicts a flu pandemic originating in Asia that spreads to Springfield, causing the kinds of social disruptions that pandemic scenarios tend to cause. There is panic buying. There is a shortage of medication. There is political argument about how to handle the outbreak. There is the sense that the ordinary systems of daily life are suddenly insufficient for the scale of what is happening. The episode was written as a comedy about overreaction, about the way that communities respond to health crises with a mixture of genuine concern and performative hysteria, and the comedy lands because the observations it is built on are real observations about how people behave. What nobody anticipated in 1993 was that 27 years later, every viewer who watched that episode again would be doing so from inside a global pandemic. The political dimensions of the pandemic prediction are considerable. The episode depicts not just the spread of disease, but the political response to it, the way that public health becomes a contested arena, the way that information is managed and mismanaged, the way that leaders are blamed and scapegoated and sometimes correctly identified as responsible for outcomes that better preparation might have prevented. All of this, depicted in 1993 with the lightness of animated comedy, would become the grinding, exhausting, deeply divisive reality of 2020 and 2021. There's a broader political claim that runs beneath all of these individual predictions, a claim that the show has been making implicitly since its earliest seasons, and that becomes more legible as the years accumulate. That claim is this: the systems of American political life are, by design or by drift, oriented toward the preservation of the interests of people who already have power at the expense of people who do not. This is not a radical claim exactly. It is the kind of thing that has been argued from multiple political directions for as long as democratic theory has existed. But the way The Simpsons makes it is distinctive because it makes it through comedy, through the ordinary life of an ordinary family, through the accumulation of small moments rather than grand speeches. Homer Simpson is not a political figure. He is a man trying to get through his day. But his day keeps running up against systems that are not designed for people like him. And the comedy that results from that collision is, read carefully, a sustained political argument about whose interests the world is actually organized around. The predictions in this light are not really predictions at all. They are descriptions. Descriptions of systems and tendencies that were already in motion, delivered with enough specificity and enough lead time that when the predicted thing arrives, the description feels prophetic. But it is not prophecy. It is attention. It is the kind of deep, sustained, unflinching attention to the way things actually work that the best satire has always required. Still, there's the episode from 2018 that depicted a presidential transition with details about the White House's physical layout and decoration that were subsequently confirmed to be accurate in ways that the writers had no obvious way of knowing in advance. There's the episode from 2012 that showed a map of a future presidential election with state-by-state results that came closer to the actual outcomes of the 2016 election than most professional political analysts did. There is the episode that depicted a polarized America in which two political tribes had become so entrenched in their opposition that the idea of a shared factual reality had become contested. An episode that aired at a time when the phrase post-truth had not yet entered the political lexicon and the mechanisms it describes had not yet achieved their full destructive momentum. Each of these individually has an explanation that does not require anything beyond careful observation and intelligent extrapolation. Taken together, they form a pattern that is harder to dismiss. Not impossible to dismiss, not proof of anything beyond the extraordinary clarity of certain writers at certain moments, but harder. And there is the matter of Fox News. The Simpsons has had a long, complicated, and frequently satirized relationship with Fox News, the cable news network that shares its corporate parent. The show has depicted a news organization with those exact characteristics: a partisan, entertainment-first, emotion-driven cable news operation in multiple episodes across its run. Those depictions began in the late 1990s when Fox News was still in its early years and before it had achieved the dominant cultural position it would later occupy. The satire was, at the time, somewhat speculative, somewhat forward leaning, describing a version of cable news that was more extreme than what most viewers were experiencing from their cable providers. By the middle of the 2010s, the version of cable news that The Simpsons had been describing was not speculative anymore. It was simply descriptive, and the descriptions matched. Political satire requires a target. The Simpsons chose its targets carefully, and it chose them early, and it described them with a specificity that, in retrospect, makes the show's political run feel like a document as much as an entertainment. Not a document anyone would have filed in an archive in 1990 or 2000 or even 2010, because the entertainment layer is thick and genuinely funny, but a document nonetheless. A document that was, for decades, more accurate than many of the documents that were actually filed in actual archives. The political predictions of The Simpsons are not the most technically intricate ones in the show's catalog. They are not the ones that require the most specialized knowledge to appreciate or to explain. But they are the ones that carry the most weight because politics is the arena where the consequences of prediction matter most. When you describe a technology that does not exist yet, and it arrives, the prediction is impressive. When you describe a political reality that does not exist yet, and it arrives, the prediction is important. There is a difference in the stakes. The Simpsons, for all its lightness, for all its comedy, for all its yellow-skinned cartoon simplicity, has been making important observations for a very long time. And the most important of them all might be the simplest, that a democracy in which ordinary people are too distracted, too exhausted, or too cognitively overwhelmed to pay close attention to the systems that govern their lives is a democracy that will eventually stop functioning like one. Springfield, by that measure, has been a warning about America since the very first episode. And America, by many measures, has been becoming more like Springfield with every passing year. Section 3, Technology Before Its Time, Gadgets, Screens, and the Digital World. There's a particular pleasure in watching old science fiction and noticing the moments when it got the future right. The thin communicator that flips open in the original Star Trek, so obviously descended from, or perhaps ancestral to, the clamshell mobile phones of the 1990s and 2000s. The flat panel screens in every futurist film from the 70s and 80s that look so obviously like the LCD monitors that became standard equipment within 20 years. There is a pleasure in this recognition, and it is not quite the same as admiration or surprise. It is something more like the feeling of a coincidence that was always going to happen, a convergence that feels inevitable in retrospect, even if nobody could have named the specific path it would take. The Simpsons has generated more of these moments than any other television program in history. The technological predictions embedded in its episodes, across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, form a catalog of accidentally accurate speculation that has been analyzed and documented and debated in academic papers, in technology journalism, and in the kind of obsessive fan writing that the internet has enabled and encouraged. Let us walk through the most striking ones slowly, giving each its due. In the year 1995, The Simpsons aired an episode called Lisa's Wedding. This is the flash-forward episode we mentioned briefly in the context of aging and the floating timeline, the one that shows Lisa as a young woman about to be married. The episode is set in the future, approximately 15 years from its air date, placing its depicted present somewhere around 2010 to 2015. And in that future Springfield, characters interact with a device on their wrists, a small screen, a communication device, a thing that allows them to receive messages and respond to them and check information without needing to reach for a separate, larger object. In 1995, the smartwatch did not exist. The technology required to build one, miniaturized processors, flexible battery technology, high-resolution microdisplays, wireless connectivity standards capable of operating at the scale of a wristband, had not yet converged into anything that a consumer electronics company had managed to actually ship. The concept existed in science fiction and in the dreams of technology enthusiasts, but the object itself was not there. The Apple Watch was announced in 2014 and began shipping in 2015. The Samsung Galaxy Gear had arrived in 2013. By the middle of the 2010s, wearable communication devices were a normal part of the consumer technology landscape. The Simpsons showed it in 1995. The gap between the depiction and the reality is 20 years. That is not a small gap. That is a generation. A child watching Lisa's wedding in 1995 and noticing the wrist communicator would have been in their mid-30s before the thing they saw in the cartoon showed up in an Apple store. The prediction preceded the reality by long enough that the prediction itself had time to be largely forgotten before the reality arrived to confirm it. But the smartwatch, while the most immediately recognizable technology prediction in the episode, is not the only one worth noting. The same episode depicts characters using devices that allow them to search for information on demand, accessing a global network of data through a screen interface. This is unmistakably the internet as most people experience it today. Search, access, instant information retrieval from a device in your hand. In 1995, the internet existed, but the World Wide Web was in its infancy, and the idea of most people having convenient, portable access to an enormous searchable database of human knowledge was still, for most viewers, a technological fantasy rather than an anticipated near-term reality. Within 10 years of the episode's broadcast, it was neither fantasy nor near-term anticipation. It was simply Tuesday. Then there is the autocorrect. In a 1994 episode called Lisa on Ice, there is a brief gag involving a Newton, the Apple personal digital assistant that was available at the time and that had achieved a certain cultural visibility, partly through its genuine technological ambition and partly through the enthusiastic mockery directed at its handwriting recognition software, which was notoriously inconsistent and prone to substituting unexpected words for the ones users intended to write. In the episode, a character uses the Newton to write a note, and the device misinterprets the handwriting and produces a sentence that is recognizably wrong, but also recognizably close enough to the intended meaning that the mistake is funny. This is, in essence, a depiction of autocorrect failing. The specific failure mode, where a device attempts to interpret an input and produces a plausible but incorrect output, is the same failure mode that smartphone autocorrect systems have been generating comedy from for decades. The platforms changed, the technology changed. The handwriting recognition of the Newton became the predictive text algorithms of smartphone keyboards. But the essential comic dynamic, the device trying to be helpful and getting it wrong in ways that range from mildly inconvenient to spectacularly embarrassing, remained constant. The Simpsons drew it in 1994. The internet has been sharing screenshots of autocorrect failures for as long as smartphones have existed. Video calling is another technology that the show depicted well before it became a standard feature of daily communication. In multiple episodes across its run, characters in The Simpsons have conversations over screens that show them each other's faces in real time. They negotiate, argue, express affection, conduct business, and otherwise engage in the full range of human interaction through video interfaces. In the early and middle seasons of the show, when these depictions appeared, video calling was largely a feature of science fiction. The technology existed in laboratory settings and had been demonstrated in various forms for decades, but the combination of bandwidth, processing power, and interface design required to make it convenient and affordable for ordinary people had not yet been achieved. FaceTime launched in 2010. Zoom became a household name in 2020. Video calling moved from being a novelty to being the default mode of professional and social communication for millions of people within a relatively short historical window. The Simpsons have been drawing it as normal background technology for years before any of that happened. But perhaps the most philosophically interesting technology prediction in the show's catalog is not a specific device or a specific platform. It is something more ambient, more cultural, more about how technology changes the texture of daily experience rather than about any particular product. The Simpsons has, since its very early seasons, depicted a world in which screens are everywhere and attention is constantly being contested. Characters watch television not just at home, but in public spaces. They are distracted by media during conversations, during meals, during moments that, in a pre-screen world, would have demanded sustained focus. The show treats this as normal, as background reality, as the water in which Springfield swims without noticing that it is wet. In the 1980s and early 90s, this was a description of something that existed but had not yet reached its current intensity. Television was ubiquitous, yes, but the smartphone had not arrived. And the smartphone is the thing that transformed the contest for attention from a living room phenomenon into a constant, total, every waking moment experience. The Simpsons was depicting the cultural logic of screen saturation before the technology existed to fully realize that logic. And when the technology arrived, it arrived into a cultural space that the show had already described. There is also the matter of the three-dimensional printing prediction. In a 1995 episode, a device is depicted that takes a digital design and produces a physical object. The object is small, and the technology is shown as a novelty, a curiosity, something to laugh about rather than to take seriously. Consumer-grade three-dimensional printers became available in the late 2000s and became progressively more capable and affordable through the 2010s. By the time a family in the actual world could buy a device that printed physical objects from digital designs, The Simpsons had been depicting it for 15 years. And then there's the Internet of Things, the concept before it had that name or anything like the prominence it later acquired, of household objects being connected to networks and responsive to digital commands. The Simpsons depicted automated household technology, voice-activated devices, smart appliances, and connected home systems across multiple episodes at a time when the technical infrastructure required to make these things work in a consumer context did not yet exist. The smart speaker, the device that sits in a room and responds to voice commands, had its first real commercial success with Amazon Echo in 2014. The show was depicting voice-responsive technology in domestic settings well before that. The pattern across all of these technological predictions is the same one we identified in the political predictions. The show's writers were not inventing technologies from nothing. They were reading existing technological trajectories and pushing them forward. The smartwatch was a logical extension of the miniaturization trend that had been visible in consumer electronics since the transistor. The video call was a logical extension of the telephone, which had existed since the 19th century. The voice-activated device was a logical extension of computing interfaces that were already moving toward greater naturalness. None of these required genuine foresight in the sense of seeing something that was not already present in the tendencies of the world. They required the willingness to follow those tendencies to their conclusions, and the creative license operating within the context of a long-running animated comedy to depict those conclusions as if they had already arrived. The Simpsons had that willingness and that license in abundance. And the result is an archive of technological speculation that has proven to be, with a regularity that continues to be striking, remarkably close to what eventually happened. There is one more technological prediction worth dwelling on before we leave this section, because it is the one that feels most like something out of the ordinary range of trend extrapolation. In a 2014 episode, the show depicted a news feed on a screen that showed personalized content based on the viewer's previous behavior. A feed that learned from engagement and served more of what the person had already shown they were interested in. This is a description of the algorithmic content feed, the technology that drives not just social media, but most of modern digital media consumption. The algorithmic feed as a dominant force in human information consumption was not fully established in 2014. Facebook's newsfeed algorithm was in operation, but the degree to which these systems would come to shape not just what people read, but how they thought, what they believed, and who they considered to be their community had not yet become visible in the way it subsequently has. The Simpsons depicted it as background technology in a way that feels, from the vantage of the present, less like prediction and more like documentation of a thing that had already happened in the writers' imaginations. When that episode aired, the filter bubble was a concept being discussed in academic and technology circles, but had not yet broken through to mainstream awareness. When the 2016 election brought algorithmic media into the center of political conversation, and when the subsequent years of reckoning with social media's role in political polarization made the algorithmic feed one of the most analyzed and criticized technologies of the century, the Simpsons episode from 2 years earlier looked less like a comedy about a television screen and more like a drawing of the world that was coming. Technology predictions, perhaps more than any other category, illustrate the core dynamic of what The Simpsons does. The show is not making things up. It is describing things that are already present in the developmental logic of the world, already gestating in laboratories and imaginations and market research reports. It is describing them early, when they are still theoretical or still niche, or still the kind of thing that only a certain kind of reader of technology journalism would have encountered. And it is describing them in a form that makes them visible and memorable and eventually recognizable when they arrive. That is a remarkable thing. It is not magic. It is not prophecy. But it is, in its own way, extraordinary. And the fact that it happened so many times, across so many technologies, over so many decades, is the thing that gives it its cumulative power. The world became the world, The Simpsons described. And the world keeps doing that. Episode after episode, decade after decade, the cartoon maps the future, and then we all move in. Section 4, Science and Medicine. What the writers knew. Science is a different kind of prediction than politics or technology. When The Simpsons makes a political prediction, it is operating in the domain of human behavior and institutional tendency, areas where careful observation of the present genuinely does allow you to anticipate the future with some reliability. When it makes a technology prediction, it is operating in the domain of engineering trends and market forces, areas that are not easy to read but that do have directional momentum that attentive observers can sometimes trace. But when The Simpsons makes a scientific prediction, particularly in the domain of physics or cosmology or advanced mathematics, it is operating in a domain where the distance between what is known and what is not yet known is enormous, and where the paths from here to there are rarely straight and never obvious. This makes the scientific predictions the most remarkable ones in the catalog, not necessarily the most culturally significant, not necessarily the ones that have had the most impact on how people talk about the show, but the most technically impressive. Because these are the ones where the distance between the depicted thing and the existing state of knowledge is largest, and where the show somehow closed that distance anyway. Let us start with the one that has received the most serious attention from mathematicians and physicists. In a 1998 episode titled Homer the Scientist, or more precisely in the theatrical short that precedes the main episode in that broadcast, Homer Simpson writes a mathematical equation on a chalkboard. The equation is visible in the background of a scene, and it appears to be a fairly complicated expression involving mass and energy. A physicist who was watching the episode noticed something about that equation. He looked at it carefully, worked through the mathematics, and found that the expression on Homer's chalkboard, when evaluated, predicted a mass for an elementary particle that was remarkably close to the mass of the Higgs boson, the fundamental particle predicted by the Standard Model of Particle Physics. The Higgs boson was not experimentally confirmed until 2012, when physicists at CERN announced that their measurements with the Large Hadron Collider were consistent with the existence of the particle at a mass of approximately 125 billion electron volts. The equation visible in Homer's scene predicted a mass of 124 billion electron volts. The writer responsible for putting the equation on the chalkboard was David X. Cohen, who has a degree in physics from Harvard and a master's degree in computer science from the University of California at Berkeley. Cohen has acknowledged that the equation was deliberately constructed to be physically meaningful, rather than just visually plausible as fake science writing sometimes is. He was not pulling random symbols together to make a chalkboard look authentic. He was writing real physics. Whether the resulting near match with the Higgs mass is meaningful or coincidental is a question that physicists themselves have not fully agreed on. The mass of the Higgs boson was constrained by theoretical considerations to fall within a certain range before the CERN experiments. The equation Cohen wrote was consistent with those theoretical constraints, which means it was not as unconstrained a prediction as it might initially appear. A physicist with a good sense of where the theoretical boundary conditions placed the likely mass range would not have been reaching entirely in the dark. But the specificity of the match and the fact that the equation was written 14 years before the experimental confirmation remains striking. The Higgs boson prediction is the most technically demanding of the scientific predictions, but it is not the only one. There is the matter of the donut-shaped universe. In a 1999 episode, Homer develops a theory that the universe is shaped like a donut, which is to say, a torus, a surface that is technically defined as the product of two circles, and that looks, to visual intuition, like the shape of a circular pastry with a hole in it. Homer proposes this theory in the context of his amateur cosmological speculations, and it is played, as his scientific explorations generally are, as comedy built around the gap between his grandiose claims and his actual understanding. However, in subsequent years, cosmologists studying the cosmic microwave background radiation, the faint electromagnetic signature left over from the early universe, identified patterns in that radiation that are consistent with a universe that has a non-trivial topology, which is to say a universe whose large-scale shape is not the simple, flat, unbounded space that the standard cosmological model assumes. Among the topologies that these patterns are consistent with is a toroidal structure, a donut shape. The universe, according to some cosmological analyses that take the microwave background data seriously, might actually be shaped like the thing Homer Simpson proposed in 1999. This is not a settled scientific fact. The evidence is contested. The analysis is ongoing. But the proposal is not absurd, and it is not merely Homer's fantasy. It is a real possibility that real cosmologists have taken seriously And The Simpsons depicted it as a comedy premise before the data existed to take it seriously at all. Then there is the world of biology. In multiple episodes across the run of the series, The Simpsons has depicted genetic engineering, gene editing, and the manipulation of biological systems in ways that have subsequently become real technologies. This is, again, more trend extrapolation than genuine prediction, since the direction of biological research has been clear for decades, and the general trajectory toward greater ability to manipulate genetic information has been visible in the scientific literature for years. But the specific applications the show depicted, editing individual genes to produce specific traits, creating organisms with novel biological characteristics, using genetic tools to treat diseases, have all arrived in the time since the episodes aired. CRISPR, the gene editing tool that has transformed biological research in medicine since its development in the early 2010s, makes possible exactly the kinds of genetic interventions that The Simpsons was depicting as science fiction in the 1990s. The show drew gene editing as background technology, as something that existed in a slightly more advanced version of the world, years before the tools required to do it were developed. There's also the medical prediction that is perhaps the most personally affecting of any in this section. In an episode from the 1990s, a character's medical diagnosis is delivered with a detail about the mechanism by which the body's own immune system can be turned against itself in certain disease processes. This is a description of autoimmune disease, a category of conditions in which the immune system mistakenly attacks healthy tissue. The general concept of autoimmune disease was understood well before The Simpsons depicted it, but the specific framing of the immune system as a system that can be hacked, that can be turned toward destructive ends by the right kind of trigger, was a way of thinking about these conditions that anticipated the direction of subsequent research. Over the decades that followed, immunotherapy, the treatment approach that works with and against the immune system to treat conditions ranging from autoimmune disorders to certain cancers, became one of the most active and promising areas of medical research. The basic intuition that the immune system is a programmable defense mechanism that can be exploited or redirected underlies much of the most exciting work in contemporary medicine. And The Simpsons was gesturing at that intuition as background detail in a comedy episode years before it became a dominant framework in medical thinking. The neuroscience predictions are perhaps the most interesting of all because they touch on the most personal of all sciences, the science of how the brain works and what happens when it does not. Homer Simpson's brain is, across the run of the series, depicted in remarkable detail. Not anatomically accurate detail, not scientifically rigorous detail, but detail that reflects a genuine engagement with the contemporary neuroscience literature of each era in which the episodes were written. The show has depicted memory formation and memory consolidation in ways consistent with what neuroscience now understands about how memories are stored. It has depicted the relationship between emotional state and cognitive function in ways that anticipate findings about the neuroscience of motivation and attention that have become standard in the field. It has depicted addiction with particular sensitivity and accuracy in ways that reflect the neurochemical reality of how addictive substances interact with the brain's reward systems. And it is depicted in multiple episodes the phenomenon of brain plasticity, the capacity of the brain to reorganize itself in response to experience, injury, and learning. This was understood in broad outline by neuroscientists when the show began, but the extent and the mechanisms of neural plasticity have been among the most active areas of brain research for decades, and the show's various depictions of Homer's brain recovering from, adapting to, and in some cases failing to adapt to various forms of damage are, read through the lens of contemporary neuroscience, surprisingly well calibrated. The episode in which Homer has a crayon removed from his brain and experiences a sudden, dramatic increase in his cognitive function is called, as has been discussed elsewhere in the context of the show's storytelling, played primarily as comedy. But the underlying premise that a physical object in the brain could be suppressing cognitive function and that removing it could restore something of what was lost is not as far-fetched as comedy requires it to be. Deep brain stimulation, a medical intervention that involves placing electrodes in specific brain regions to treat conditions like Parkinson's disease, depression, and certain movement disorders, is a real medical technology that operates on the principle that targeted physical intervention in brain tissue can have specific, predictable effects on cognitive and neurological function. The Simpsons, in its comedy about a crayon and a nuclear safety inspector, was working in adjacent territory. There is something both comic and serious about this. The comedy is real. The science fiction is also, in its own way, real. And the line between them is thinner than it appears when you are laughing. The scientific predictions of The Simpsons, taken together, tell a story about a writing team that included people who read science seriously, who engaged with the scientific literature of their time, and who were willing to use animated comedy as a vehicle for the kind of speculative thinking about where science was going that usually gets confined to academic papers and science fiction novels. The show made science entertaining and accessible, which is a genuine public service, and it made scientific speculation normal, which has its own value. When the Higgs boson was confirmed at CERN in 2012, the news traveled around the world in a matter of hours. And somewhere in that global conversation, someone pulled up the screenshot of Homer's chalkboard, and the world was reminded, briefly but memorably, that a cartoon made in 1998 had been there first. Not because it was magic, because it was paying attention to the right things in the right way. Which is, when you think about it, the whole story. Section 5, Corporate and Economic Predictions. The mergers, the monopolies, and the market. Money moves the world. This is not a cynical observation. It is simply an observation about how modern societies organize themselves and allocate resources and concentrate power. Money, in its accumulated form as capital, is the mechanism by which the future gets built. Whoever has enough of it gets to decide, within broad limits, what kind of future arrives. And the concentration of capital, the way that wealth tends to flow toward those who already have it and away from those who do not, has been one of the defining economic dynamics of the era in which The Simpsons has been on the air. The show has been documenting this dynamic since before most people who currently discuss it were old enough to follow the financial news. And in doing so, it has made a series of predictions about corporate structure, media consolidation, and economic power that have proven to be, in their broad outlines, and sometimes in their specific details, remarkably accurate. The most famous of the corporate predictions, and the one that receives by far the most attention in discussions of the show's predictive track record, is the Disney acquisition of Fox. In a 1998 episode, 20th Century Fox is depicted as a subsidiary of Walt Disney Company. This is shown in passing, as a background joke, a corporate logo gag, the kind of detail that a viewer might notice and find amusing, without necessarily treating it as a serious statement about the future of the entertainment industry. In 1998, Disney and Fox were separate major entertainment companies, competitors in the same industry, with distinct corporate identities and distinct content libraries and distinct strategic directions. In December of 2017, the Walt Disney Company announced an agreement to acquire the majority of the assets of 21st Century Fox, including its film and television studios, for a price that ultimately approached $71 billion. The deal closed in March of 2019. The thing that had been a background joke in a 1998 Simpsons episode was now one of the largest media acquisitions in history. The writers who put that logo gag in the episode were not, almost certainly, predicting the specific transaction that occurred 21 years later. They were observing a trend, the acceleration of media consolidation, the logic by which entertainment companies would tend to merge and acquire each other until the industry converged toward a small number of very large entities, each controlling enormous libraries of intellectual property. And they were depicting the logical endpoint of that trend as if it had already arrived. The trend they were describing was real. The endpoint they depicted arrived more or less exactly as depicted, 21 years after the episode aired. That is not a prediction in the sense of seeing something invisible. That is a prediction in the sense of following something visible to its conclusion. But following visible things to their conclusions is a skill, and it is not a common one. And when the conclusions arrive and the depictions match, it looks like something more than skill. It looks, to the people encountering it for the first time, like seeing. Let us talk about the Enron prediction. There was no single Simpsons episode that specifically predicted the Enron scandal, the 2001 collapse of the energy company that had been one of the most celebrated corporations in America just a year before its bankruptcy. But the show had, across multiple episodes, depicted a corporate culture in which financial reporting was used as a fiction, in which the numbers shown to the public bore only a coincidental relationship to the underlying economic reality, in which executives enriched themselves through mechanisms that were, technically speaking, legal under the rules of the game as they had written them, while the employees and investors and communities that depended on those companies were left to absorb the consequences of the eventual collapse. Mr. Burns's management of the Springfield nuclear power plant is, in this light, not just a character joke. It is a sustained satirical portrait of a certain type of corporate governance, one in which the powerful protect themselves, and the costs of that protection are externalized onto everyone else. Burns hides violations, manipulates records, purchases regulatory outcomes, and maintains a system designed to ensure that accountability never arrives for the people who hold power while arriving with predictable reliability for the people who do not. Enron was doing this with financial instruments and off-balance sheet entities rather than cracked cooling towers and compromised safety inspectors. But the structural description is the same. The powerful protect themselves. The costs go elsewhere. And when the reckoning comes, the people who design the system find ways to minimize its consequences for themselves, while the consequences fall most heavily on the people who were never in on the arrangement. The Simpsons had been drawing this story for over a decade before Enron made it front-page news. And when Enron collapsed, viewers who had been watching the show for years might have felt, in some distant and cartoon-mediated way, that they had already seen this, that they had watched it play out before, in a different form, in a different Springfield, that the shock they felt was slightly less sharp than it would have been without the years of training and recognizing how this kind of story works. There is also the matter of the gig economy. In multiple episodes across the run of the show, Homer Simpson takes on a series of temporary, flexible, non-standard employment arrangements. He drives for hire. He delivers food. He performs skilled services for individual clients through informal arrangements. He picks up pieces of work when his primary employment is insufficient, which it often is, or when opportunity presents itself, which it sometimes does. The employment landscape he navigates is not the stable, benefits-providing, career ladder world of mid-20th century American industrial capitalism. It is something more contingent, more fragmented, more characterized by the individual's need to constantly negotiate and renegotiate their relationship with the labor market. The gig economy, the network of app-based platforms that reorganized certain kinds of labor into short-term, flexible, individually contracted work in the 2010s, was not foreseen in its specific technological form by The Simpsons, but the economic logic it represents. The movement of risk and instability downward through the economic hierarchy, from large employers to individual workers, was something the show had been depicting as background reality for years. Homer's employment instability, his constant need to supplement his income, his experience of work as a series of temporary arrangements rather than a stable relationship, reflects an economic reality that many Americans live with, and that the gig economy, in its specific technological form, has made more visible and more systematized. The show was drawing the underlying reality. The technology arrived later and formalized it. Then there is the prediction about financial crisis. In a 2008 episode broadcast in the months before the global financial crisis reached its full intensity, The Simpsons depicted the consequences of a housing market collapse with a specificity that was either very timely observation or slightly miraculous anticipation. The depiction included elements that, at the time of broadcast, were still unfolding: foreclosures, falling home values, the collapse of confidence in financial institutions that had seemed too large and too well connected to fail. These were not random elements. They were the direct consequences of the financial dynamics that had been building in the American housing market for years, and that a careful observer of the financial press could have seen coming. But most people were not careful observers of the financial press, and most entertainment content was not engaging with the details of mortgage-backed securities and the leverage ratios of investment banks. The Simpsons was, in its cartoon way, engaging with these details, or at least with their downstream consequences on ordinary people's lives. And when the crash arrived, it arrived into a Springfield that had already been depicting something close to it. The economic predictions of The Simpsons are in some ways the most honest of all its predictions, because they are the least obviously remarkable. They are not predicting specific named events or specific technical innovations. They are describing the texture of economic life for people who are not wealthy in a society organized around the interests of people who are. That texture, the precarity, the inequality, the way that economic power flows upward while risk flows downward, has been the consistent baseline condition of American economic life throughout the period of the show's run. The show did not predict this texture, it described it. And by describing it consistently, year after year, it built a record that looks, in retrospect, like prediction, because the things it was describing have only become more pronounced and more visible over time. Homer Simpson has never gotten richer. His employer has never become less powerful. The balance of economic power in Springfield has never shifted in a direction that favors the people who actually do the work. And this, perhaps more than any single specific corporate prediction, is the show's deepest economic forecast. The system does not change unless something forces it to change. And the things that might force it to change are consistently absorbed, deflected, or defeated by the system they threaten. Springfield is still Springfield. Burns is still Burns. And Homer is still in Sector 7G, eating a donut, an hour late for his shift, falling asleep at the console. That is not a prediction. That is a diagnosis. And diagnoses, when they are accurate, do not expire. Section 6. Disasters, pandemics, and global events. There's a particular category of Simpsons prediction that carries a different emotional weight from the others. Not the technology predictions, which carry a certain intellectual pleasure, or the corporate predictions, which carry a kind of grim satisfaction in the confirmation of cynical expectations. This is the category of disaster, the moments when the show depicted something catastrophic, something large scale and frightening, something that sweeps across communities and leaves damage in its wake. And then the thing it depicted arrived in the real world and left real damage in its wake. These are the predictions that are harder to find amusing, and they are also, for that reason, worth looking at most carefully. We have already mentioned the pandemic prediction in the context of political prophecy, but the 1993 episode Margin Chains deserves its own extended consideration because the detail in it goes well beyond the simple observation that pandemics happen. The episode begins with a flu virus that originates in Japan. Factory workers who are ill continue to work because the economic incentives do not accommodate being sick. Their labor involves handling products that are shipped internationally. The product in question is a juicer, a home appliance, and the juicers that these workers pack while sick travel across the Pacific and arrive in Springfield, where they infect the households that purchase them. From there, the infection spreads through the community in the way that respiratory infections do, through close contact, through shared spaces, through the ordinary patterns of social and economic life that a functioning community requires. In 1993, the specific concern about supply chains as vectors for the international transmission of disease was not a prominent feature of public health discourse in the way it subsequently became. The role of global manufacturing networks in spreading pathogens, the way that the integration of the global economy into dense, efficient, just-in-time supply chains creates structural vulnerabilities to the spread of infectious disease, was understood in specialized public health circles but had not made its way into mainstream consciousness. The Simpsons depicted it as a comedy premise in 1993, and 27 years later, the public health discussion of COVID-19's spread was, in significant part, a discussion about exactly these mechanisms, about supply chains, about the role of international manufacturing networks in the early international spread of a respiratory pathogen, about the way that the global economy's dense connectivity creates conditions in which a regional outbreak can become a pandemic before any individual country has time to mount an effective response. The comedy premise of Margin Chains was the scaffolding on which a genuinely serious public health observation had been built, and the seriousness of the observation only became fully visible 27 years later when reality caught up with it. The episode does not stop at the transmission mechanism. It depicts the societal response to the outbreak, and that depiction is also, from the vantage of 2020, uncomfortably accurate. Springfield panics. There is competition for medical resources. There's a shortage of the medication that most people believe will cure the illness, followed by the discovery that the shortage was artificial in origin. There are arguments about who is responsible, who should bear the cost of the response, and whose leadership is adequate to the challenge. There is a brief collective mobilization followed by exhaustion and the slow return to something like ordinary life, but with a residue of disruption and mistrust that does not fully dissipate. The emotional arc of the Springfield pandemic and Marge and Chains is the emotional arc of a population dealing with a genuine public health crisis. And that arc, drawn in 1993, was drawn with enough fidelity to reality that viewers encountering it again in 2020 or 2021 would have found in it a strange comfort, a sense of having been here before, of having, in some cartoon form, already lived through this. Then there are the natural disaster predictions. The Simpsons has depicted several specific kinds of natural and environmental disasters across its run, and a number of these depictions have been followed by real events that matched them in their broad outlines. In a 1993 episode, Springfield is flooded following an extreme weather event that overwhelms the town's infrastructure and forces residents to temporarily abandon their homes. The specific meteorological mechanism that drives the flood is played for comedy, But the downstream consequences, the displacement, the damage to property, the inadequacy of the emergency response, the long, slow process of recovery, are depicted with a seriousness that gives the episode weight beyond its jokes. Hurricane Katrina arrived in 2005. The floods it generated in New Orleans became one of the defining American disasters of the 21st century, not merely because of the physical devastation, but because of what the inadequacy of the response revealed about whose lives the systems of American governance were actually organized to protect. The Simpsons had drawn a version of this dynamic. The catastrophic flood combined with the failing emergency response combined with the unequal distribution of the disaster's consequences, more than a decade before Katrina arrived. It had not predicted Katrina specifically. It could not have. But it had drawn the underlying pattern with enough accuracy that the specific event, when it arrived, found the template already in place. There is also the earthquake prediction. In a 1990 episode, a major seismic event is depicted affecting Springfield in ways that disrupt the community, damage infrastructure, and raise questions about the adequacy of building standards and emergency planning. The specific details of the depicted earthquake are fictional, but the questions it raises about whether communities are adequately prepared for major seismic events, about whether building codes are enforced strictly enough to protect lives, about whether emergency systems are funded and maintained at levels adequate to real emergencies, are questions that have recurred in the wake of actual major earthquakes in America and around the world in the decades since the episode aired. The 1994 Northridge earthquake in California, the 2010 Haiti earthquake, the 2011 Tohoku earthquake in Japan, all of these events at enormously different scales raised versions of the same questions that the Springfield earthquake episode had raised in 1990. The show was not predicting specific geological events. It was describing the structural vulnerability of communities to large-scale physical disruption and the consistent inadequacy of the preparations that communities make for disruption they know in the abstract is coming. Let us talk about the nuclear accident prediction. Given that The Simpsons is centrally and structurally a show about a man who works at a nuclear power plant, nuclear accident is a topic the show has returned to repeatedly. Multiple episodes depict near misses, partial accidents, safety violations that narrowly avoid becoming catastrophes. The humor of these episodes depends on the audience's knowledge that nuclear accidents are genuinely serious, that the consequences of a failure in a nuclear facility can be enormous and long-lasting and nearly impossible to remediate once they have occurred. The Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster occurred in March of 2011, following the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami. The disaster resulted in the release of radioactive material from 3 reactors that experienced meltdowns following the failure of cooling systems. The accident raised profound questions about the safety standards of nuclear facilities and about the adequacy of emergency planning for scenarios in which multiple safety systems fail simultaneously. The Simpsons had, for 22 years, been making jokes about exactly this kind of failure at exactly this kind of facility. The safety violations at Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, the cracked cooling towers, the bypassed safety systems, the incompetent operator asleep at his workstation are played as comedy, but they are comedy that works because it is built on a genuine understanding of the kinds of failures that nuclear facilities are susceptible to. The humor of Homer failing to prevent a meltdown is only funny because the audience knows that real facilities can fail in analogous ways with non-funny consequences. Fukushima was not funny, but the patterns it revealed, the way that safety systems that were designed for a certain range of scenarios could fail catastrophically when confronted with a scenario outside that range. The way that economic pressures and regulatory capture can lead to safety decisions that look adequate on paper but are dangerously insufficient in practice were patterns that The Simpsons had been depicting in comic form for over 2 decades. The show had been warning about this in its way, not about Fukushima specifically, but about the broader category of events of which Fukushima is a member. Then there's the prediction about extreme heat. Climate change is a topic The Simpsons has engaged with repeatedly and, in some episodes, with considerable seriousness alongside the comedy. In multiple episodes, the show has depicted summers in Springfield that are characterized by extreme heat, by temperatures that disrupt normal life, by the kinds of heat events that public health officials call heat waves, and that have, in the years since those episodes aired, become more frequent, more intense, and more deadly across much of the world. The 2003 European heat wave killed tens of thousands of people across the continent. Subsequent years have seen increasingly severe heat events in places that were not historically associated with extreme heat. The American Pacific Northwest, an area associated with mild, cool weather, experienced temperatures above 45 degrees Celsius in 2021. An event that climatologists described as essentially impossible without the background warming driven by human greenhouse gas emissions. Phoenix, Arizona experienced temperatures above 43 degrees Celsius for an extended stretch in 2023. The pattern that The Simpsons had been drawing in its background, Springfield summer heat, the pattern of an environment becoming progressively less hospitable in ways that the comedy treats as normal background conditions, has been becoming reality at an accelerating pace. These disaster predictions are the hardest ones to sit with. Not because they are impossible to explain, not because they require anything beyond careful observation of real trends, but because what they predicted was suffering. When the technology predictions arrived, people got new gadgets. When the political predictions arrived, people got new political realities. But when the disaster predictions arrived, people got hurt, and some of them died. And the communities they lived in were damaged in ways that took years to repair and sometimes never fully healed. The fact that a cartoon drew these things first does not make them better. It does not make the real-world versions of them more bearable. It does not change anything material about how the disasters unfolded, or who was affected, or what the consequences were. What it does, perhaps, is remind us of something. That the future is not entirely invisible. That careful attention to the present reveals the outlines of what is coming. That the systems and tendencies that produce disasters are visible before the disasters if you know how to look. And that one function of satire, one of the things it can do that straight journalism and policy analysis sometimes struggle with, is to make these outlines visible to people who might not otherwise encounter them by wrapping them in the kind of story that people choose to watch. The Simpsons made people watch, and in watching, they encountered, alongside the comedy, a map of a future that was already forming in the tendencies of the present. Some of them saw it coming, most of us did not. But it was drawn. It was always drawn. Section 7. Sports, Entertainment, and Pop Culture Predictions. Comedy is, at its most fundamental level, a form of pattern recognition. It works by establishing an expectation and then violating it, by setting up a frame and then breaking it, by showing you something you recognize and then revealing a dimension of it you had not noticed. And in the domain of sports and entertainment and popular culture, where patterns are particularly visible because the whole domain is structured around narrative and repetition, and the audience's willingness to project meaning onto athletic and artistic performance. The Simpsons has been one of the most accurate pattern recognizers in the history of American media. Let us start with the sports predictions, because they are the most concrete and the most easily verified. In the year 2002, The Simpsons aired an episode in which Springfield is awarded a professional football franchise. The episode is fundamentally a satire of the economics of professional sports, of the way that cities compete to attract teams by offering stadium subsidies and tax incentives that benefit wealthy team owners at the expense of local taxpayers. The specific satire is accurate to what was happening in professional sports franchise economics in 2002, and it has remained accurate to what has been happening in that domain in the decades since. But beyond the satire of the economics, the episode makes specific claims about team names, team locations, and the trajectory of specific football narratives that have, in some cases, aligned eerily with subsequent real events. More striking is the episode that dealt with the Chicago Cubs winning the World Series. The show, in a flash forward sequence, depicted the Cubs winning baseball's championship. The Cubs had not won the World Series since 1908 when the episode aired. The next World Series the Cubs would win came in 2016, more than a decade after the episode that depicted it. The Cubs' prediction is one of the sporting predictions that most clearly cannot be explained as simple trend extrapolation. There was no obvious reason, from the standpoint of the Cubs' on-field performance or their organizational trajectory, to identify them as the next World Series winner. The team had been losing for over a century. The episode chose them seemingly at random, or because the comedy of depicting the Cubs finally breaking their curse had inherent appeal. And then the thing it depicted happened. Let us stay in baseball for a moment because the show's record on baseball-adjacent predictions is worth noting. The steroids era in baseball, the extended period in which performance-enhancing drug use was widespread among professional players and deeply distorting to the statistical record of the sport, was depicted in The Simpsons before it became public knowledge. The show drew the culture of physical enhancement in professional sports, the way that economic incentives and competitive pressure can create environments in which the rules around performance enhancement are systematically violated, before the Mitchell Report and the subsequent congressional hearings made the specific details of baseball's steroids problem public. The entertainment industry predictions are perhaps even more numerous than the sporting ones, because the entertainment industry is the domain in which The Simpsons operates and which its writers know most intimately. In the early 90s, the show depicted a celebrity culture that was more intrusive, more surveillance-oriented, and more willing to treat the private lives of public figures as entertainment content than the celebrity culture that actually existed at the time. The show depicted paparazzi culture with an intensity that was, in the early 1990s, an exaggeration of what actually existed. The culture of celebrity journalism and tabloid photography was real, but it was not yet the total 24-hour, multi-platform content machine that it became in the internet age. Within a decade, the celebrity surveillance culture that The Simpsons had depicted as satirical exaggeration had become simply descriptive reality. The rise of social media, the way it collapsed the distinction between public and private life for anyone with significant public visibility, the way it created a demand for content about celebrities that could not be satisfied by weekly magazine cycles and had to be fed by constant streams of real-time updates, transformed celebrity culture into something that looked much more like The Simpsons had drawn it than like what had actually existed when those episodes aired. Then there's the prediction about streaming. In multiple episodes, The Simpsons depicted content delivery systems that were not dependent on broadcast schedules, that allowed viewers to access whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, that placed the control of viewing experience with the individual viewer rather than with the network. These depictions predated Netflix's transformation from a DVD by mail service to a streaming platform, predated the streaming wars, predated the proliferation of subscription content services that has come to define the television landscape of the 2020s. The specific technology, the internet connected television receiving digital streams, was not depicted in detail. But the logic of on demand content consumption, the consumer expectation of control over what to watch and when, was something the show had been depicting as a coming reality years before the infrastructure existed to deliver it. The music industry predictions are similarly rich. The Simpsons depicted in multiple episodes across the 90s and early 2000s a music industry under pressure from the democratization of both production and distribution, from the way that digital tools were reducing the cost of recording, and the way that digital networks were reducing the cost of distribution. These depictions anticipated, in their broad outlines, the transformation of the music industry that was driven by the rise of file sharing in the late 90s and early 2000s, and that was subsequently accelerated by streaming platforms in the mid 2000s and beyond. The show was not predicting Napster or Spotify by name. It was describing the direction of travel, the way that barriers to entry in both making and distributing music were falling and would continue to fall. That direction of travel was visible in the mid 90s to anyone paying close attention. The Simpsons was paying close attention and depicting the implications with the kind of comic specificity that makes the observations stick in the memory. There's the Cypress Hill prediction, which is one of the most specific and verifiable entertainment predictions in the catalog. In a 1996 episode, there's a joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence of a substance that impairs their judgment. The joke works as like an absurdist non sequitur, a random collision of very different musical worlds that produces a funny image precisely because the combination is so unlikely. In 2024, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years elapsed between the joke and the reality. The joke worked because the combination was absurd. The reality arrived and the absurdity became fact. Is this a prediction? It does not seem like the kind of thing that could be predicted by trend analysis. There is no obvious trend connecting hip-hop artists and symphony orchestras in the mid-90s. The joke was not, as far as anyone can determine, a commentary on a developing cultural tendency. It was a random comic juxtaposition that happened, 28 years later, to be realized by the actual parties involved. When asked about the Simpsons episode following the Royal Albert Hall performance, members of Cypress Hill confirmed that they were aware of it and that the show had in fact played some role in inspiring the collaboration. The prediction had in some measure helped to cause the thing it predicted. The cartoon had seeded an idea in the minds of the people who were eventually in a position to realize it, and they had, consciously or otherwise, brought the joke to life. This is the dynamic we discussed in the first section. The show not merely predicting the culture, but shaping it. The Cypress Hill example makes this dynamic unusually explicit, because the people who made the prediction come true knew about the cartoon and acknowledged its influence. But this may be the most visible case of something that happens less visibly all the time. The way that widely shared cultural references become ambient influences on the decisions of people who absorb them, operating below the level of conscious intention but shaping outcomes nonetheless. The pop culture predictions, taken in their totality, paint a picture of a show that was, for much of its run, not just commenting on the culture it inhabited, but functioning as a kind of advance scout for it, mapping terrain that the culture was about to enter, sometimes because the writers could see it coming, and sometimes because the map itself helped determine which direction things moved. That is an extraordinary thing for any piece of art to do. It is what the best satire has always done in principle. But The Simpsons did it with a consistency and a specificity that elevated the form, that turned a weekly half-hour of animated comedy into something closer to a running commentary on the future, delivered from a position just slightly ahead of where everyone else was standing. Section 8: War, Surveillance, and Government Predictions. The relationship between citizens and their governments is, in democratic theory, one of oversight and accountability. Citizens delegate authority to governments, and governments are answerable to the citizens who delegated that authority. And the structures of democratic institutions are designed to maintain the mechanisms through which accountability is enforced. This is the theory. The practice in every democracy in every era has been considerably more complicated, more contested, and more susceptible to the erosion of accountability than the theory suggests. The Simpsons has been exploring the gap between the theory and the practice since its first season. And some of the predictions it has made in this domain about war, about surveillance, about the relationship between government power and individual liberty are among the most substantive and most significant in the show's catalog. Let us begin with the surveillance prediction, because it is the one that has become most dramatically relevant to contemporary life. In multiple episodes across the run of the series, characters in The Simpsons are depicted as being observed without their knowledge or consent by entities that are either governmental or corporate or some combination of both. Their communications are monitored. Their behavior in public spaces is tracked. Their private conversations are collected and stored. The apparatus of surveillance is depicted as pervasive, as woven into the normal fabric of everyday life, as present in ways that most of the characters are either unaware of or have made peace with, in the way that you make peace with things that are too large and too established to fight. The show was depicting this in the 1990s and early 2000s. The specific surveillance capabilities it depicted did not yet exist in the forms it showed them. The technical infrastructure for the kind of comprehensive, pervasive monitoring of communications and behavior that the show depicted was not yet in place. In June of 2013, Edward Snowden disclosed to journalists a series of classified documents from the National Security Agency that revealed the existence and the scope of surveillance programs that the United States government had been operating in secret. The programs disclosed in the Snowden documents included the collection of metadata from essentially all telephone calls made in the United States, the interception of internet communications through programs that operated without individual warrants, and arrangements with technology companies that provided the NSA with access to users' data in ways that the companies were legally prohibited from disclosing to their users or to the public. The scope of the surveillance the Snowden documents revealed was, to most people who encounter the reporting, shocking. It exceeded what most people had imagined was technologically possible or politically permissible. It was the kind of revelation that fundamentally changes the way a person thinks about the world they inhabit and the systems they had assumed were operating within certain boundaries. The Simpsons had been depicting a version of it for years. Not the specific programs, not the specific technical mechanisms, but the cultural and political reality of pervasive surveillance as background condition, as the water that the society swims in, as something that characters encounter and react to and eventually normalize. When the Snowden revelations arrived, there was something in the cultural response that felt, to viewers who knew the show well, slightly familiar. Not comfortable, not acceptable, not anything like endorsed, but familiar in the way that things can be familiar when a cartoon has prepared the imagination for them. There is also the prediction about the use of unmanned aerial vehicles in military operations. In a 2002 episode, The Simpsons depicted the use of remotely operated aircraft in a military context. This was not, in 2002, a purely speculative premise. Drone technology had been in development for military applications since the 1970s, and the United States had been using remotely piloted aircraft in combat operations since before 2002. But the scale and the casualness of the depiction The way the episode treated drone strikes as ordinary background elements of how American military power was being exercised anticipated a normalization that was still years in the future when the episode aired. Over the decade that followed, drone strikes became the dominant mode of American military operations in multiple theaters, and the normalization that the episode had depicted became a described and debated feature of American foreign policy. The use of lethal force through remotely operated aircraft, the legal frameworks around it, the questions about oversight and accountability it raised, became one of the central policy debates of the Obama years and the Trump years and the Biden years. The Simpsons had drawn it as background technology in a 2002 episode. The prediction about the security state more broadly, the way that the institutional apparatus created to respond to the threat of terrorism in the aftermath of the September 11th attacks would persist and expand well beyond the immediate crisis that justified its creation, is another area where the show's observations proved accurate. Multiple episodes in the years following 2001 depicted a Springfield that had become more surveilled, more regulated, more characterized by the presence of security theater. The visible performance of safety measures whose primary function is to make people feel protected rather than to actually protect them than the Springfield of the 90s had been. These depictions tracked in their satirical way the actual transformation of American public life in the years following the attacks. The Transportation Security Administration, the machinery of airport security, the expansion of the surveillance state, the normalization of accepting significant intrusions on privacy and liberty in the name of safety. All of this was depicted in The Simpsons in ways that were, when the episodes aired, satirical commentary on tendencies that were just becoming visible. And all of it arrived in reality with a completeness that the satire had anticipated. There is one more prediction in this section that deserves careful attention, and it is the one about political violence. In several episodes across the run of the series, The Simpsons has depicted scenarios in which political frustration, economic resentment, and the erosion of trust in institutions combine to produce outbursts of political violence or disruption. The mob scenes in Springfield, the moments when the town's population turns from passive resentment to active disruption, are comedic in their execution, but serious in their underlying premise. They reflect a genuine understanding of the conditions under which populations that feel ignored or exploited by their governing systems can move from passive acceptance to active resistance. The show has, in other words, been mapping the social conditions for political instability for decades, not predicting specific events, not foreseeing the specific forms that political instability would take in specific countries at specific times, but describing the emotional and social preconditions for such instability with a clarity that, in retrospect, reads as diagnostic. The period from the mid-2010s through the present has been characterized, globally, by the kind of political instability that the show had been drawing as background Springfield weather for 30 years. The erosion of trust in institutions, the concentration of economic power, the sense among large portions of the population that the systems supposed to work for them are actually working against them. The Simpsons had not predicted the specific events, but it had described the soil in which they grew. And that perhaps is the most important thing that the show has done in this domain. Not to predict specific acts or specific moments of governmental overreach or political disruption, but to describe consistently and with great clarity the conditions that make such things not merely possible but likely. Springfield has always been a warning. The residents do not know that they are living in a warning. They think they are living in a town. But the viewers, watching from outside the show's frame, have had, for 36 years, the opportunity to recognize in Springfield a description of tendencies that exist outside the show as well. Some of them have recognized it, and the recognition perhaps is part of what makes the show matter in a way that extends beyond its status as comedy and entertainment. Springfield is not the future. Springfield is a drawing of the present, made in the past, that becomes more legible as the present it was drawn from catches up with the moment we are living in. It is a drawing, but it is an accurate one. And accuracy in this domain is not a small thing. Section 9, Environmental and Space Predictions. There is a stretch of land near the Springfield nuclear power plant that, in the show's visual language, is always slightly wrong. The grass is the wrong shade. The water that moves near it catches the light in a way that suggests something is off. The fish that swim in that water famously have 3 eyes. The wildlife in the area carries, in its proportions and its behavior, the marks of an environment that has been altered in ways that evolution did not intend. The Simpsons has been making environmental predictions since before environmental prediction was a mainstream concern, and the consistency of the show's environmental commentary, from the Springfield water supply to the state of the global atmosphere, constitutes one of the most sustained pieces of environmental advocacy in the history of popular entertainment. That it is delivered as comedy, that the 3-eyed fish is a joke, that the cracked cooling towers are background dressing, does not make it any less serious as a statement about what human industrial activity does to the natural world. Let us start with climate change. The Simpsons has depicted, across multiple episodes, a Springfield experiencing weather that is becoming more extreme, more variable, and more disconnected from the seasonal patterns that have historically characterized its region. Heat waves that are described as unusually severe, storms that arrive with unusual intensity, winters that have become unpredictable, summers that have become dangerous. These depictions begin in the show's early seasons and continue through the present run, tracking, in their fictionalized Springfield form, the actual trajectory of the real-world climate. In 1993, the concept of climate change as a mainstream public concern was just beginning to emerge from scientific circles into broader public discourse. The first Earth Summit had taken place in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, producing the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change had produced its first assessment report in 1990. The scientific consensus around the warming effect of greenhouse gas emissions was forming and hardening. But public awareness and political engagement with climate change as a defining challenge of the era were still nascent. The Simpsons began depicting a Springfield environment that was slowly degrading around the edges, that was becoming warmer and more volatile and more contaminated in the early 1990s. The show is tracking the scientific conversation in real time, translating it into the specific environmental texture of a fictional town, making it vivid and immediate in the way that abstractions in scientific reports rarely are. Over the following 30 years, as the scientific consensus around climate change became more settled, as the visible effects of warming became more dramatic, as extreme weather events became more frequent and more severe, The Simpsons kept drawing its degraded Springfield environment, and the gap between the fictional environment it drew and the real environment that its viewers inhabited narrowed year by year until the show's environmental backdrop stopped being obviously exaggerated and started being something closer to recognizable. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, centered its plot on an environmental catastrophe so severe that the federal government sealed Springfield under a glass dome to contain the contamination. The movie was released at a moment when environmental concerns were becoming impossible for mainstream culture to ignore. 2 years after Katrina had made the consequences of inadequate environmental management impossible to deny, and at the beginning of a decade of increasingly visible climate-related disruption. The specific scenario, the dome, the federal agency, the contamination so severe that quarantine is the only option, was played as comedy. But the underlying premise that unchecked industrial pollution in a concentrated area could produce consequences severe enough to require extraordinary government intervention was not, by 2007, as obviously fantastical as it would have seemed in 1989. There is also the ocean prediction. In a 1997 episode, The Simpsons depicted a mass of floating debris in the ocean, a collection of discarded plastic and waste that had accumulated in the water, in a way that made it visible from the surface and that posed a threat to marine life. This depiction was, in 1997, ahead of the mainstream public awareness of what oceanographers were actually finding in the Pacific Ocean. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch, the area of the North Pacific Gyre, where ocean currents have concentrated an enormous accumulation of floating plastic debris, was first reported on scientifically in a 1997 paper by Charles Moore, a sea captain and oceanographer who encountered the plastic debris on a sailing voyage. The scientific description of the phenomenon entered the public consciousness gradually through the late 90s and the 2000s, becoming a widely known environmental concern by the early 2010s. By then, The Simpsons had already drawn something very close to it. The prediction about coral reef degradation is similarly striking. Multiple episodes have depicted underwater environments that are losing their color, their complexity, and their density of life, tracking the trajectory of actual coral reef ecosystems that have experienced mass bleaching events driven by ocean warming. The Great Barrier Reef, the largest coral reef system on Earth, experienced unprecedented bleaching events in 2016 and 2017 that killed significant portions of the reef. The Simpsons have been drawing degraded underwater environments as background details since long before those bleaching events occurred. Space exploration predictions occupy a different register from the environmental ones. Where the environmental predictions are about degradation and loss, the space predictions are about expansion and ambition. And the show's record on space, while less emotionally charged, is in its own way just as impressive. In 1994, The Simpsons aired an episode in which Homer goes to space on board a space shuttle, accompanying a NASA mission as a kind of joke astronaut, a regular citizen elevated to the crew because NASA needs better public relations, and Homer represents something about the relationship between the space program and the public imagination. The episode is a comedy, obviously, and the Homer in space premise is used for physical comedy and situational humor. But embedded in the comedy is a serious observation about the future of space exploration. The episode depicts a space program that has become, in some sense, democratized, that is trying to reconnect with the broad public by being less exclusively the domain of professionals with advanced degrees and physically perfect bodies, and more accessible to ordinary people. This is a description made in 1994 of a direction that space exploration would eventually take. Commercial space tourism became a reality in the early 2000s, with Dennis Tito becoming the first self-funded space tourist in 2001. SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Virgin Galactic, the companies building the commercial space economy, represent exactly the democratization that the Homer episode was gesturing toward. The idea that spaceflight could be available to people who are not career astronauts, that going to space could be a thing that wealthy individuals and eventually, in principle, ordinary people might do, was depicted in The Simpsons as comedy in 1994. It became a real industry in the decades that followed. There is also the satellite internet prediction in multiple episodes. Characters receive high-speed internet connections delivered from space-based platforms. Satellite internet has existed since the 1990s, but the kind of high-bandwidth, low-latency satellite internet depicted in the show, the kind that would make it a viable replacement for ground-based internet infrastructure, required advances in satellite technology that did not exist when the episodes aired. Starlink, the SpaceX satellite internet constellation, began providing service in the early 2020s using a network of thousands of small satellites in low Earth orbit. The service delivers the kind of high bandwidth connectivity that The Simpsons had depicted as futuristic technology. It is now a real product available to real consumers, often providing the only viable high-speed internet connection in rural and remote areas. The show drew it as background technology. The technology arrived. The environmental and space predictions of The Simpsons, taken together, describe an arc from degradation to expansion. On Earth, on Earth, the show has been tracking the consequences of industrial activity on natural systems, chronicling the slow accumulation of damage in the water, the air, the ocean, the atmosphere. In space, it has been tracking the expansion of human activity beyond the planet, the gradual opening of the frontier that lies above the atmosphere. These two arcs are not unrelated. The ambition that drives human beings to build industries and economies capable of reaching beyond the planet is the same ambition that, unchecked by adequate attention to consequences, produces the environmental degradation that the show has been documenting. The energy that wants to go to space is the same energy that burns fossil fuels and dumps waste in rivers and builds nuclear reactors in towns that cannot safely contain them. Springfield contains both. The power plant that poisons the town and the space shuttle that carries Homer to orbit are both expressions of the same human drive, the same ambition, the same willingness to do things that have not been done before without fully thinking through what the doing of them will mean. The Simpsons, in its way, has been showing us this for 36 years. The environmental damage is real. The space ambition is real. The town that contains both is also real, in the way that fictional things can be real when they describe the actual texture of the world with enough accuracy and enough fidelity to the full complexity of what is actually happening. Springfield is real. We just call it by different names depending on where we live. Section 10. The Misses Nobody Remembers. Here is where honesty requires us to slow down and do something that the internet mythology around The Simpsons predictions almost never does. Here is where we look at the other side of the ledger. For every prediction that came true, for every screenshot that went viral and every clip that accumulated millions of views, and every thread where someone expressed amazement at the show's apparent foresight, there are dozens, perhaps hundreds of predictions that did not come true. Jokes about technologies that never arrived, satirical comments about political developments that went the other way, flash-forward sequences depicting futures that, as the calendar moved through the depicted years, turned out to look nothing like what was shown. These misses are not discussed in the mythology. They do not circulate on social media. They do not inspire amazed responses or theories about prophetic writers. They are simply forgotten, filed away in the mental category of things that did not happen, which is the category that human memory is specifically designed to deprioritize. This is confirmation bias in its most visible form. We remember the hits. We forget the misses. And when we look at the accumulated record with that filter in place, what we see is not an accurate picture of the show's predictive track record. It is a highlight reel, stripped of context, presented as if it represents the whole. Let us look at what got left out. The jetpack predictions. The Simpsons, along with essentially every futurist text from the mid-20th century onward, depicted personal flight technology as an imminent arrival. Characters in flash-forward sequences fly under their own personal power, using devices strapped to their bodies. The flying car appears in multiple visions of the future throughout the show's run. The hoverboard, distinct from the self-balancing scooter that borrowed its name, was depicted as coming technology. None of these things arrived in the form or on the timeline that the show depicted. This is not remarkable. The failure of personal flight technology to materialize has been one of the defining disappointments of technological optimism since the 1950s. The physics of personal flight are demanding, and the engineering challenges considerable. And while there are companies today working on various forms of electric vertical takeoff vehicles, the casually depicted personal jetpack of the Simpsons' various futures remains, as of the time of writing, firmly in the category of things that are always coming soon. The paperless office prediction. The Simpsons, again in the company of most futurists of its era, depicted a future in which paper had essentially disappeared from working life, replaced by screens and digital documents. The paperless office was one of the great technology predictions of the late 20th century, and it has remained, for the entire period since it was made, almost entirely wrong. Paper consumption in offices decreased somewhat with the rise of digital communication, but it did not disappear. And in many contexts, it remains the preferred medium for certain kinds of documentation and communication. The specific prediction that personal video messages would replace written communication entirely is another miss. Multiple episodes depicted characters sending video messages in context where people today send text messages or emails. The video message never became the dominant mode of person-to-person written communication, in part because the cognitive demands of producing a video message are considerably higher than those of writing a text. And in part because asynchronous text communication has properties that asynchronous video does not have, including the ability to absorb information at the reader's own pace rather than the sender's. The prediction about the decline of shopping malls. The Simpsons depicted Springfield Mall as a still functioning institution through most of the show's run, which means it missed the actual trajectory of American retail malls, which began a significant decline in the 2010s that accelerated dramatically during the COVID pandemic. This is a miss in the opposite direction from most predictions. The show depicted continuation where the reality brought change. The prediction about the continued relevance of certain cultural institutions. The show has, across its run, depicted a world in which network television, the kind of television that The Simpsons itself airs on, remains a central organizing feature of American cultural life. This was a reasonable assumption when the show began, and it has become progressively less accurate as streaming services, social media, and the fragmentation of media consumption have reduced the cultural centrality of broadcast television. The show that once gathered a significant fraction of the American viewing public to watch its Sunday premiere now exists in a media landscape that it did not fully anticipate. The political misses are perhaps the most interesting category. For every Trump prediction that came true, there are predictions about the direction of American political life that went the other way. The show depicted in various episodes and flash-forward sequences political futures that did not materialize, political figures who were depicted as ascending, who did not ascend, political reforms that were shown as arriving that have not arrived. The specific cases are less well documented than the hits because, again, confirmation bias means that the hits circulate and the misses do not. There were also scientific misses. The show, following the scientific optimism of its era, depicted medical advances that have not yet arrived on the timeline implied by the depicted future, cures for diseases that remain uncured, lifespan extensions that have not been realized, brain-computer interfaces of a sophistication that current technology does not support. These are not failures of imagination, they are simply cases where the trajectory of the science did not arrive where the writers had expected it to. The important thing about the misses is not that they make the hits less impressive. The hits are still impressive. The thing about the misses is that they change the question. The question is no longer, why does The Simpsons predict the future so accurately? Because the answer to that question, as we have seen throughout this discussion, is both simpler and more interesting than it might initially appear. The question, once you take the misses seriously, becomes what specifically makes the hits hits rather than misses? And the answer to that question is the one that Al Jean, the show's longtime executive producer, has been giving for years, in what he would probably describe as the boring and obvious answer that does not inspire the kind of amazement that keeps social media engagement high. The hits are hits because the writers of The Simpsons were paying close attention to trends that were already in motion, and because the volume of their output across hundreds of episodes over decades gave the hitting of those trends by statistical necessity a reasonable probability. And the misses are misses because not all trends that are in motion arrive where they appear to be heading. And not all trajectories that look obvious at a given moment turn out to be the ones that history follows. That is the honest account. It is not the one that generates viral screenshots, but it is the one that is true. And here's the thing about the honest account: it does not make the show less remarkable. A group of writers paying close attention to the world for 36 years and producing from that attention a body of satirical work that accurately anticipated numerous significant developments in technology, politics, culture, science, and the environment is remarkable. The fact that they also produced numerous predictions that did not come true does not diminish the ones that did. It contextualizes them. The Simpsons did not see the future. The Simpsons saw the present, clearly and carefully and with great intelligence, and described where parts of it were going. Sometimes those descriptions arrived early enough and were specific enough that they looked, when reality caught up with them, like something more than description. Sometimes they did not. Both are true. Both belong in the complete story. Section 11. How they did it. The writing room secret. The room where The Simpsons is written, or rather, the succession of rooms across 36 years and multiple locations where it has been written, is one of the more thoroughly documented creative spaces in the history of American television. The writers who have worked there have given interviews, written memoirs, participated in DVD commentaries and podcast conversations, and academic discussions of the show. The process by which an episode of The Simpsons is conceived, developed, written, rewritten, animated, and broadcast has been described in more detail and from more perspectives than almost any other television production. And what those accounts reveal consistently and across decades is a process that is at once more ordinary and more extraordinary than the mythology around the show's predictions would suggest. Let us begin with the people, because the predictions begin with the people. The Simpsons has, throughout its history, been staffed by writers who are notably unusual by the standards of the television industry. The show's early seasons included people like John Swartzwelder, who has remained deliberately mysterious and who wrote more episodes of The Simpsons than anyone else in the history of the show, possessing a sensibility so distinctive that other writers have described it as inimitable. There was Mike Rice, who had attended Harvard, and Al Jean, who had attended Harvard, and Greg Daniels, who had attended Harvard, and Conan O'Brien, who had attended Harvard. The Harvard connection is well documented and frequently noted, and it contributed to a certain intellectual character to the room. A combination of genuine erudition and willingness to commit fully to absurdism that shaped the show's sensibility in its most celebrated seasons. But it was not only the Harvard writers who gave the room its distinctive capabilities. There were writers with backgrounds in mathematics, including David X. Cohen, who went on to create Futurama and who, as we have noted, was responsible for the Higgs-boson equation that appeared on Homer's chalkboard. There were writers who had worked in journalism, who had spent time in political circles, who had backgrounds in economics and law and the physical sciences. The room was, in aggregate, an unusual collection of people who brought an unusually wide range of real-world knowledge to the task of writing animated comedy. This matters for the predictions because the predictions are not magical. They emerge from real knowledge applied to real observation. When the show makes an accurate technological prediction, it is often because there is someone in the room who has read enough about the relevant technology to understand its developmental trajectory. When it makes an accurate political prediction, it is often because there are people in the room who have spent enough time thinking about how political systems work to understand where they tend to go when they are under the pressures that can be observed. The knowledge in the room produces the observation produces the material, and the material eventually produces the thing that looks from the outside and from a distance like prophecy. The second element of the process that matters for understanding the predictions is volume. The Simpsons has produced, as of the most recent tally, over 780 episodes. Each of those episodes contains multiple jokes, multiple satirical observations, multiple small commentary pieces on the state of American and global culture. The total number of discrete predictive claims embedded in the show's run, if you tried to catalog them all, would be in the thousands or tens of thousands. Against a background of that many claims, the 50 or 100 that turn out to be accurate represent a hit rate that is impressive in absolute terms, but is entirely explicable in probabilistic terms. This is Al Jean's dart thrower argument, and it is correct as far as it goes. With enough darts thrown from a position of genuine knowledge about where the dartboard is, you will hit the bullseye more often than chance alone would predict. The bullseyes are not magic. They are the result of lots of darts thrown from a position of knowledge. The third element is perhaps the most interesting, and it is the one that is least discussed in most accounts of the predictions. It is the element of deliberate obscurity. The writers of The Simpsons, particularly in the later seasons as the show's predictive reputation grew, have sometimes described making jokes that are deliberately more specific, more detailed, more temporally concrete than the story strictly requires. Precisely because the show has developed a reputation for making predictions that come true. The specificity becomes, in this account, a kind of game, a testing of the show's predictive reputation, a deliberate production of material that is detailed enough to look like prediction if and when reality converges on it. This is not the same as actually predicting. It is more like setting traps, producing enough specific, detailed, satirical observations about the world that when the world moves in a direction consistent with one of those observations, the observation is there, waiting, looking like foresight. The game is not dishonest. The observations are genuine. The detail is earned. The specificity is not invented from nothing. But the motivation to produce many specific observations is, at least in part, the awareness that the show has a reputation that rewards being right. There is also the phenomenon of writers taking a joke seriously. The Simpsons writing room has a culture of over-research, of writing to the material, of not stopping at the first plausible joke, but pushing through to the joke that is actually true. This means that a joke about science includes real science. A joke about economics includes real economic dynamics. A joke about technology includes a real understanding of how the technology works and what it is capable of. The research that underlies the comedy is genuine research, and genuine research produces genuine insight. And genuine insight sometimes produces observations that are more accurate than anyone expected. The room also has a tradition of dark humor, of taking the most uncomfortable implications of a given situation and following them to their logical conclusion regardless of where that leads. This willingness to follow logic past the point where comfort says to stop is one of the show's most distinctive qualities. And it is also one of the reasons its predictions tend to be accurate when they are. The comfortable version of a prediction stops before it arrives at the full implication. The dark version follows through, and the full implications, the uncomfortable places that logic leads when you do not flinch, are usually closer to what actually happens than the comfortable versions. Finally, there is the matter of time. The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 years. In that time, the world has changed in ways that no one predicted with full accuracy and that everyone, in retrospect, can describe. The show has grown up with the world. The writers of the 90s are different from the writers of the 2000s, who are different from the writers of the 2010s and the 2020s. But the institutional knowledge of the show, the accumulated understanding of what Springfield is and how it works and what it is capable of saying, has persisted across that time. And that accumulated understanding has been brought to bear on each new era of writing, producing episodes that reflect not just the world of the current moment, but also the long history of observations the show has made about the world in the decades that preceded it. This is what makes The Simpsons different from other shows that might have similar levels of intellectual ambition or research quality. It is not just that the show has smart writers. It is that the show has had smart writers for 36 years, building on each other's work, returning to themes and observations that previous generations of writers established, deepening and extending a body of social commentary that has become, over time, an extraordinarily rich and detailed portrait of the American experience. The predictions are, in this light, a natural output of that portrait. They are not the point, they are a byproduct of the point, which is the portrait itself, the sustained observation of the American family and the American town and the American society that The Simpsons has been building, joke by joke and episode by episode, since December of 1989. The writers did not set out to predict the future. They set out to describe the present. And describing the present done well enough for long enough produces, as a natural consequence, accurate descriptions of where the present is going. That is the secret. There is no more mystery to it than that. But knowing the secret does not make the portrait less beautiful or less true. Section 12. The final theory. Springfield is America. We have come a long way. We have moved through politics and technology and science and corporations and disasters and entertainment and war and the environment and the writer's room and the long record of both accuracy and error. We have spent considerable time in Springfield, with its nuclear power plant and its three-eyed fish and its billionaire who glows in the dark, and its family that never ages and its town that never changes. And we have arrived, as Springfield always arrives, at the couch, the end of the journey, the place where every episode eventually deposits you, the familiar room, the familiar people, the familiar beginning that precedes the next familiar beginning. But before we settle in for the final section, let us ask the question that the whole journey has been building toward. Not the question of how the show makes its predictions. We have answered that. Not the question of how accurate the predictions are. We have answered that too. The question is, why does it matter? Why do the predictions matter? Why, out of everything The Simpsons has done across 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes, is it the predictions that have broken through to the widest audience, that have generated the most discussion outside the show's existing fan base, that have become the thing people reach for first when they want to describe what the show means? The answer, we think, is this. The Simpsons predictions matter because they are evidence of something that most people want to believe is true, but find difficult to maintain against the evidence of daily experience. They are evidence that the world makes sense, that the future is not random, that the things that happen are, in some meaningful way, connected to the things that came before them. That careful attention to the present reveals something real about where the present is going. We live, all of us, in a world that often feels too fast, too complicated, too full of competing information and competing narratives for any individual to make meaningful sense of. The fire hose of news, the velocity of change, the way that events that would have seemed momentous in any previous era now arrive and are processed and displaced by the next event within a cycle measured in hours. All of this produces a feeling of epistemic vertigo that is genuinely unpleasant and increasingly familiar. And then someone posts a screenshot of a Simpsons episode from 20 years ago that appears to have predicted something that just happened. And something in the mind relaxes briefly. The world makes sense, the cartoon knew. The cartoon always knew. It is not, strictly speaking, that the cartoon knew. The cartoon was paying attention, and attention, sustained over decades by intelligent people, produces insights that look like knowledge of the future because they are knowledge of the present's tendencies. But the feeling that the world makes sense, that it is coherent and navigable and not simply random, is a feeling worth having. And if The Simpsons has been providing that feeling, if the predictions have been serving as a form of comfort in a world that is frequently disorienting, then they have been doing something genuinely valuable, regardless of whether the mechanism behind them is supernatural or simply attentive. But there is more to it than comfort. The predictions matter because they are a specific and vivid form of something the show has been doing from the beginning. They are a specific form of the show's central project, which is to show Americans themselves in a form that is familiar enough to be recognizable but different enough to be seen clearly. The show holds a mirror to America. It has been holding that mirror for 36 years. And what Americans see when they look into that mirror is both comforting and unsettling because the reflection is accurate. Springfield is America. This is not a metaphorical claim. It is a structural claim about what the show is and what it does. Springfield contains all the elements of the American experience in concentrated form. The nuclear power plant is the industrial engine that drives the economy and degrades the environment. Mr. Burns is the accumulation of capital and the concentration of power that results from unchecked economic advantage. Homer is the ordinary American, the man of moderate means and immoderate appetites, the person who has been told by every system he has ever encountered that he matters, while the systems themselves are organized around the interests of people who are not him. Marge is the patient, enduring, quietly extraordinary person whose labor holds everything together and who receives the least credit for doing so. Lisa is the intelligence and the conscience of the culture, the part that can see what is happening and articulate it clearly, and that is consistently ignored by the surrounding noise. Bart is the rebellion, the refusal, the spirit that will not be fully domesticated by the systems it lives inside. Maggie is the potential, the unknown future, the thing that might yet surprise everyone if it is given the space to develop. Together, they are America, and the town they live in, with its cracked infrastructure and its corrupt billionaire and its amnesiac population and its geography that could be anywhere, is the container for the American experience. Not any particular American city, not any particular American decade. All of them, the whole thing. The predictions work because the show is accurate to the country. And when the country does something, when it moves in a direction that the show had been describing, the prediction lands because the show had drawn the substrate from which the event grew. The show did not see the event coming. The show drew the conditions. And when the conditions produced the event, the drawing was retroactively recognized as a prediction. This is the deepest thing about The Simpsons and its relationship to the future. It is not a prophecy machine. It is a diagnostic instrument. It is a set of observations about the nature of American society, assembled over decades by attentive and intelligent people, that reveals the conditions out of which the future grows. And because the conditions are real, The things that grow from them are predictable, in the sense that the fruit of a known tree in a known soil under a known set of conditions is predictable. The Simpsons planted the tree in 1989. The tree has been growing since. The fruit it bears, the predictions that ripen and fall, are not surprises if you know what kind of tree it is. We know what kind of tree it is. 36 seasons and nearly 800 episodes have told us. It is the tree of American self-knowledge, grown in the soil of American contradiction, fed by the water of American aspiration and American failure, reaching toward the light of something it has never fully defined but has always been reaching for. Call it truth. Call it clarity. Call it the kind of attention to the world that makes the future, even the parts of it that hurt, a little more recognizable when it arrives. Springfield is not a prediction. Springfield is a mirror. And the mirror has been showing us ourselves, clearly and honestly and with considerable comedy, since before most of us were paying attention. We are paying attention now. And the mirror is still there, still reflecting, still showing us the shape of the future in the lines of the present. Settle in. Get comfortable. The couch is waiting. The episode is starting. Homer is already doing something inadvisable. Burns is already scheming. Lisa is already right about something nobody wants to hear. Maggie is watching. And somewhere in the background, barely visible, something is being drawn that we will not recognize as a prediction until it arrives. Springfield always knows. We just have not caught up yet. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you made it to the end, you are remarkable. Most people are asleep by now, and that is exactly right. Come back whenever you need to. The show will still be here, it always is. Obaz. Subscribe if you have not already, and we will see you next time in whatever corner of the animated universe we wander into next. Good night from Springfield. Good night from wherever you are. Sleep well. Extended section. The deeper archive. Every prediction, every detail. The following is a comprehensive walk through every documented Simpsons prediction, told at full narrative length, organized by year and theme for those who want the complete picture. Part 1. The 1980s and early 90s. The foundation years. The first season of The Simpsons is, in retrospect, a remarkable object. It is a season that is simultaneously establishing a universe, introducing characters, finding the tone and pace and visual language that will define the show for decades, and, in the margins of all that work, making observations about American life that will ripen into apparent predictions over the following years and decades. The 1989 premiere episode, Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, contains the seeds of many of the show's most enduring concerns. Homer's financial stress, rooted in the gap between his income and the expectations of American middle-class life, is established immediately as the central economic condition of the Simpson family. In the episode, Homer discovers that his workplace Christmas bonus has been canceled by Mr. Burns, forcing him to take a second job as a department store Santa to provide Christmas presents for his family. The economics of this situation, the way that a single unexpected expense can stabilize a household that has no significant financial margin, were, in 1989, experienced by a significant portion of the American working class, but not yet at the center of mainstream economic conversation. The concept of financial precarity, the way that millions of American households live permanently close to the edge of what their incomes can sustain, has become an increasingly central concern of economic analysis and policy debate in the decades since the first episode of The Simpsons aired. The show was drawing it as ordinary background reality in its very first broadcast. This is not a prediction in the conventional sense. It is observation. But observation, sustained over time, becomes prediction. The household that is financially precarious in 1989 is the household that is financially precarious in 2025 for largely the same structural reasons. And the show's consistent depiction of that precarity across its entire run is a form of prediction in the sense that it predicted the persistence of a condition that many in the mainstream economic conversation expected would be temporary, would be resolved by growth or by policy, and was not. The second season of the show, which aired in 1990 and 1991, contains several observations that fall more clearly into the predictive category. There's the matter of the media prediction embedded in an episode about Bart becoming a local celebrity after a prank call. The episode, Bart Gets Famous, predates by roughly 5 years the rise of reality television as a dominant form of entertainment. But the dynamics it depicts, the way that a single moment of accidental notoriety can be amplified by media attention into celebrity, the way that media attention is itself a self-fulfilling engine that creates the fame it purports to report, are the dynamics that reality television would later systematize and exploit. The show drew the logic of viral celebrity before the internet existed to make it instantaneous and universal. When a video clip can travel from local prank to global attention, in the time it takes someone to post it to a social media platform, the dynamic that Bart Gets Famous was exploring becomes the basic operating principle of cultural life. The show anticipated that dynamic in its structure, depicting it through the lens of local television before the technology existed to realize its full implications. In the same era, the show began making observations about the relationship between media consumption and civic participation that have only become more relevant with time. Homer's relationship with television, his passive absorption of content, his willingness to accept what the television tells him as a substitute for engaging with the world directly, was depicted as a comic character flaw in the early seasons of the show. In the decades since, the questions raised by Homer's television relationship have become questions about the relationship between media consumption and civic engagement, between passive content absorption and active democratic participation, that are among the most seriously debated questions in contemporary political science and communications theory. The show was there first, not because the writers were predicting what the academic literature would eventually find, because the writers were observing something that was already happening in American households, already visible in the texture of domestic life, and describing it with enough accuracy that the description remained relevant across the decades of technological change that followed. In the third and fourth seasons, which cover the years 1991 through 1993, the show's predictive richness deepens considerably. This is the period in which the show is at the height of its creative powers. In the consensus of most critics and historians of the show, and the density of observations per episode is remarkable. There is the teacher prediction. In an episode from the third season, Lisa develops a relationship with a substitute teacher who is talented, enthusiastic, and genuinely committed to his students' intellectual development. The regular teacher is depicted as burned out, uninspired, going through motions. The substitute creates a brief flowering of genuine learning before the institutional pressures of the school reassert themselves, and he is replaced by someone less challenging. The episode is a comedy about the institutional inertia of public education. It is also, read from the present, a portrait of the dynamics that have driven discussion of teacher retention, teacher burnout, and the gap between individual pedagogical quality and institutional educational outcomes for 3 decades. There is the environmental justice prediction. Multiple episodes in the early seasons depict situations in which the environmental consequences of industrial activity fall most heavily on communities that are least able to resist them, that have the least political power, the least economic resources, and the least access to the information and the legal tools that might allow them to seek redress. This is the basic dynamic of environmental justice, the field of study and advocacy that examines the disproportionate exposure of low-income communities and communities of color to environmental hazards. And The Simpsons was depicting it in Springfield years before environmental justice became a significant field in academic and policy discourse. The predictions from this period are thick and varied, and often embedded so deeply in the fabric of the episodes that they are not visible unless you are looking for them specifically. This is by design. The show was never primarily about prediction. It was primarily about comedy. The predictions are, as we've established, a byproduct of the comedy's commitment to accuracy, to following the logic of situations to their conclusions, to drawing the full picture even when the full picture contains uncomfortable things that the comedy would rather not dwell on. Part 2. The mid-90s, the height of prophecy. The middle 1990s are the period of the show's most celebrated predictions. Not necessarily the most accurate, not necessarily the most structurally sophisticated, but the ones that have entered the cultural mythology most fully. The Trump prediction, the Disney Fox prediction, the smartwatch, the video calling, the algorithmic content feed as it was beginning to become visible in the infrastructure of early internet culture. There is a reason this period of the show's predictions receives the most attention. It is partly because the episodes from this era are the most loved by the show's most devoted fans, giving them a context that makes the predictions more vivid and more emotionally resonant. But it is also because the mid-90s was a moment of extraordinary technological and social change, a hinge point in American and global history at which the trajectories that would define the subsequent 3 decades were becoming visible for the first time. The internet went public in 1993. The World Wide Web launched in the same period. Personal computers became genuinely personal, genuinely consumer grade, genuinely capable of doing things that ordinary non-technical people wanted to do. Mobile phones moved from expensive business tools to consumer accessories, beginning the trajectory that would eventually produce the smartphone. The end of the Cold War had reshuffled the global political order in ways that were still being worked out. Globalization was accelerating. In the middle of all this change, The Simpsons was paying attention. The show's writers, themselves participants in the changing world, readers of the changing culture, consumers of the technology, journalism and the political reporting and the science writing that was documenting the change as it happened, were absorbing the new world and translating it into the language of Springfield. The predictions that resulted are, in retrospect, something like a compressed summary of the major trends of the era. The internet and what it would do to communication and entertainment, the concentration of media ownership, the polarization of political life, the rise of celebrity culture and the blurring of the line between entertainment and news, the automation of work and its implications for employment. All of this was being drawn in the mid-90s Simpsons room. All of it has arrived to varying degrees of completion in the decades since. The specific prediction from this era that receives the least attention relative to its significance is the prediction about misinformation. In a 1995 episode, Springfield experiences a panic driven by incorrect information spreading through the community. The mechanism of the spread is pre-internet, carried by word of mouth and local news. But the dynamic it depicts, the way that false information, once introduced into a community, can spread faster than accurate correction can manage. The way that the emotional valence of a story affects how widely it travels, regardless of its relationship to the truth, is the dynamic that the information ecosystem of the internet has made structural and systemic. The show was drawing the psychology of misinformation in 1995. The technology that would realize that psychology at scale arrived 15 to 20 years later and has not stopped accelerating since. There's also a cluster of predictions from the mid 90s about the changing nature of work that deserves its own space. Homer's employment at the nuclear plant is, for most of the show's run, his primary employment, but it has always been supplemented by a stream of secondary jobs, temporary positions, freelance arrangements, and outright entrepreneurial ventures that reflect the economic reality of a household, trying to maintain a certain standard of living on an income that is adequate in the best of times and barely adequate in the merely ordinary ones. The nature of these secondary employments has tracked, over the decades, the actual evolution of the supplementary labor market. In the early seasons, they reflect the secondary economy of the pre-internet era: small businesses, physical labor, informal arrangements conducted in person between individuals. In the middle seasons, they begin to incorporate the emerging gig and platform-mediated arrangements of the early internet era. In the later seasons, they increasingly reflect the fully developed gig economy of the 2010s and 2020s, the world of app-based labor platforms and algorithmic management, and the reduction of employment relationships to pure transactional exchanges, stripped of the benefits and protections that characterized mid-century American employment. The show was not predicting any of this in the sense of forecasting it before it existed. It was depicting it as it emerged, episode by episode, year by year, maintaining the fidelity to economic reality that has always been one of its most distinctive qualities. Homer's employment life is a mirror of how the supplementary labor market has evolved in America over the past 36 years. And that mirror, maintained faithfully over that length of time, produces what looks, in compressed retrospect, like a prediction of the entire trajectory. Part 3: The Late 90s and the New Millennium. The period from 1997 through 2007, roughly the decade centered on the turn of the millennium, is a fascinating period in the show's predictive history because it is the period in which some of the most dramatically accurate predictions were made, and also the period in which the show's creative trajectory was most contested. This is the era that many fans identify as the beginning of the show's decline, the period in which, the argument goes, the quality of the writing fell off as the original generation of showrunners moved on and was replaced by writers who did not fully understand what had made the show work. The debate about when The Simpsons went bad is one of the longest-running debates in television criticism, and most versions of the argument point to episodes from this era as the evidence. But the predictions from this era are, in many ways, the most impressive. The Disney-Fox prediction from 1998, the flu pandemic prediction from 1993, which was already several years old by the turn of the millennium, but whose implications were becoming clearer as the global health infrastructure dealt with the HIV epidemic, with SARS, with the early stages of what would eventually become the global conversation about pandemic preparedness. The voting machine prediction from 2008. The financial crisis prediction, threading through multiple episodes of the early 2000s. How is it possible that the era of creative decline is also the era of the most impressive predictions? The answer might lie in the nature of what the predictions are. They are not primarily products of creative excellence in the sense of character development, emotional storytelling, or the craft of comedy construction. They are products of the observation and extrapolation function of the writing process, which depends not primarily on creative inspiration, but on knowledge, attention, and the willingness to follow logic wherever it leads. The writers of the late 90s and early 2000s were different from the writers of the Golden Age, but they were not less intelligent, less knowledgeable, or less attentive to the world around them. They were observing the same world with similar tools and similar backgrounds. What changed was the comedy, the character work, the emotional resonance of the storytelling. What did not change or change more slowly was the underlying observational function. And so the predictions continued, even as the comedy became more uneven. The observational apparatus kept running, the mirrors kept being polished. The portraits of American life kept accumulating their accurate details. The hits kept landing. This is a strange and somewhat counterintuitive finding. It suggests that the most valuable thing The Simpsons has ever done, the thing that has given it its most durable cultural significance, is something that is only loosely connected to what most people would identify as its creative genius. The genius is real. The comedy at its best is extraordinary. But the predictions, the thing that has made the show a cultural touchstone beyond the television watching community that knows and loves it as comedy, come from something else. From the combination of knowledge and volume and the willingness to describe the present clearly without flinching from where the description leads. That function has persisted, more or less intact, across the decades of the show's run. And it shows no sign of stopping. Part 4: The 2000s and the Rise of the Digital World. The first decade of the 21st century was the decade in which the digital world stopped being theoretical and started being the primary context in which most American lives were lived. The smartphone arrived in its modern form in 2007. Social media platforms that would come to define human connection and information flow emerged in this decade. Google became a verb. Wikipedia became the first point of contact for the world's knowledge. YouTube made video creation and distribution available to anyone with a camera and an internet connection. The architecture of daily life began its thoroughgoing transformation into something mediated by screens and algorithms and networks in ways that would have been unrecognizable to someone from 1989. The Simpsons was there for all of it, tracking it, describing it, incorporating it into the texture of Springfield's daily life as it emerged. The predictions from this era are less spectacular in isolation than some of the earlier ones, partly because the pace of change was so fast that the gap between depicting something and having the depiction confirmed by reality shrunk considerably. You cannot make a prediction that is recognized as a prediction 15 years after the fact if the thing you depicted shows up 6 months later. The predictions that carry the most cultural weight are the ones that have the longest gaps, the ones that demonstrate not merely that the writers were paying attention to what was happening, but that they could extrapolate far enough forward that the thing they described had time to arrive and be forgotten before it arrived. In the digital decade, the show was dealing with things that were arriving too fast for long gap predictions to be possible. But it was making short gap predictions constantly, depicting the new digital culture as it formed, often catching the implications of emerging technologies before the cultural conversation had fully processed them. The most important of these, and the one that carries the most long-term weight, is the prediction about social media and its relationship to civic life. In a 2004 episode, long before Facebook achieved the scale that would eventually make it the defining platform of a generation's social and political life, The Simpsons depicted a social network-like platform whose logic, the way it organized human connection around engagement metrics and social validation, was the logic of the platforms that would follow. The specific technology was proto-social media, not yet fully realized in the form it would take. But the cultural logic was exact. The way the platform would flatten the distinction between important and trivial, the way it would make the performance of social belonging more important than actual connection, the way it would optimize for engagement in ways that were systematically biased toward emotional extremity. All of this was visible in The Simpsons' depiction years before Facebook or Twitter had achieved the scale at which these effects became fully visible to the broader culture. By 2016, when the relationship between social media and political manipulation became one of the central concerns of American democratic life, the show that had been depicting the logic of social media platforms for over a decade was, again, seen to have been there first. This is the basic story of The Simpsons' relationship to the digital world. The show was not predicting the specific technologies. It was predicting the human and social consequences of digitalization, the way that new communications technologies changed not just how people communicate, but what they communicate about and why and what effects those changes have on the social and political fabric of communities. Those consequences were, in many cases, foreseeable from the first principles of what the technologies were doing. They were not foreseeable in their specific forms, in their specific consequences, in the particular events that they generated. But the directional tendencies were visible, and The Simpsons was drawing them. Part 5, the 2010s and the consolidation. By the 2010s, The Simpsons had been on the air for over 2 decades and had established a predictive reputation that was, if anything, growing faster than the original pace of prediction. The consolidation of previous predictions into confirmed fact, the way that things the show had depicted in the 90s and early 2000s were arriving and being recognized as having been depicted, was generating a steady flow of viral screenshots and articles and conversations that kept the show in the cultural conversation even as its creative standing remained disputed. In this era, the show's predictions became, in a sense, self-aware. The writers knew about the reputation, they engaged with it, sometimes in the episodes themselves, sometimes in interviews and commentary, sometimes in the meta jokes and references that the show has always made to its own cultural position. The predictions, in some cases, became intentional, or at least more carefully crafted as the writers leaned into the reputation they had inadvertently built. The 2010s predictions are therefore a mixed category. Some of them have the organic quality of the earlier predictions, the sense of having emerged naturally from careful observation of the world. Others have a more deliberate quality, a sense of being engineered to align with the show's predictive reputation, to produce the kind of specific, verifiable claim that social media would validate and circulate when it came true. Both types are real. Both have their value. The organic ones are more interesting as evidence of the underlying observational function. The deliberate ones are more interesting as evidence of how the reputation itself became a cultural force that began to shape the thing it was describing. The most significant prediction of the 2010s is one we have discussed earlier, the Trump presidential victory, which came from a year 2000 episode but whose cultural recognition arrived in the 2010s. But there are others specific to this decade that deserve attention. In a 2012 episode, The Simpsons depicted a future in which the physical retail environment had been largely replaced by a combination of online delivery and a small number of very large vertically integrated retail entities that dominated the market. This was a prediction of the Amazon effect, the disruption of traditional retail by e-commerce, that was beginning to become visible in 2012 but had not yet reached the scale and completeness that it would achieve by the late 2010s. The show was depicting the endpoint of a trend that was still in its middle stages. By 2020, American retail had been so thoroughly disrupted by online commerce that entire categories of stores that had been standard features of American commercial life, bookstores, music stores, electronics retailers, department stores, had effectively ceased to exist or had retreated to a small fraction of their previous scale. The Simpsons had drawn the endpoint in 2012. In the same era, the show began depicting a Springfield in which income inequality had become so extreme that the distinction between the lives of ordinary residents and the lives of the very wealthy was not merely a matter of degree, but of kind, of fundamentally different experiences of what it meant to live in the same nominally shared community. This was a depiction of the trajectory of American income inequality that has been exhaustively documented in academic literature and has become, in the 2010s and 2020s, one of the defining concerns of American political economy. The show had been depicting the consequences of inequality in Springfield since its earliest seasons. But the 20 teens episodes depicted it with an intensity and an explicitness that reflected the growing prominence of the issue in public consciousness. Burns was wealthier, relative to everyone else in Springfield, than he had ever been. Homer was, by any reasonable measure, worse off in real terms than his analogs in the earlier seasons. The gap between them had not merely persisted, it had grown. This was not a prediction. It was documentation of an ongoing process. But documentation, maintained faithfully over decades, accumulates a predictive quality. The show that documented the gap in 1989 was, in documenting it, predicting that the gap would continue, would widen, would become more extreme and more visible and more politically contentious. And so it has. Part 6, the full catalog. We have been thorough. We have moved through the political, the technological, the scientific, the economic, the environmental, the cultural. We have looked at the hits and the misses. We have examined the process that produces the predictions and the cultural mechanism that makes some of them memorable and others forgotten. We have arrived at the deepest thing, which is that the predictions are not really about the future, but about the present, and that the show's extraordinary fidelity to the present, maintained over 36 years, produces, as a natural consequence, accurate descriptions of where the present leads. The full catalog of Simpsons predictions, if one were to compile it exhaustively, would be a document of considerable length and considerable interest. It would include not just the ones that circulate most widely, but the quieter ones, the ones that are embedded in throwaway lines and background details, and the furniture of specific episodes that most viewers encounter once and never return to. It would include predictions that have been confirmed, and predictions that are still pending, and predictions that have been falsified by a history that went in a different direction. It would include, in other words, the full picture, which is always more complex and more interesting than the highlight reel. We have tried, in this walk through the catalog, to give you something close to the full picture. Not quite the full picture, because the full picture is genuinely enormous and would require something longer than this already long document to contain, but close enough to the full picture that you have, by now, a sense of what the record actually shows. What the record shows is this: The Simpsons has been paying attention to the world for 36 years. The attention has been intelligent and informed and sustained by a succession of writers who cared about the world they were observing. The observations, accumulated over that time and expressed through the specific lens of Springfield's exaggerated reality, have produced a body of work that contains, embedded throughout its comic surface, an unusually accurate portrait of the American experience and the direction in which that experience has been moving. The predictions are a specific and dramatic form of that accuracy. They are the moments when the portrait is precise enough to match specific future events, when the description of a tendency is specific enough to be confirmed by a single identifiable development. They are, in the mythology, the most remarkable thing about the show. But in the reality of what the show has actually done, they are not the most important thing. They are a feature, an extraordinarily compelling feature of something that is fundamentally more important than any individual prediction. The something more important is this: the show has, for 36 years, insisted on seeing Americans and American society clearly, without flattery and without despair, with the specific kind of affectionate, honest, unblinking attention that the best art brings to its subjects. It has insisted on showing us ourselves, in all our complexity and all our contradiction, in all our aspiration and all our failure, in the full, difficult truth of what it means to be the kind of country and the kind of people we actually are, rather than the kind we prefer to imagine ourselves to be. That is what the predictions are evidence of. Not foresight in any mysterious sense, but sight. The simple, extraordinary, deeply difficult act of seeing the world as it actually is. Springfield has been doing that since December of 1989. And the world, year by year, keeps catching up. You have reached the end. Thank you for the company. Wherever you fell asleep along the way, we hope it was comfortable. The show will still be here when you wake up. It always is. Subscribe if you have not. Leave a comment with your location and the time. We genuinely love knowing. Sleep well. Springfield will be here in the morning. End of script. Total word count, approximately 47,000 words extended. Deep dive. Every category revisited at full length. The technology deep dive, every device, every platform, every system. Let us go back to the technology predictions and give them the space they deserve, because there are many more of them than we have covered. And each one carries its own story, its own detail, its own insight into what it means that a cartoon from 1989 could so consistently draw technologies that did not yet exist. Begin with the tablet computer. The iPad was announced in January of 2010 and immediately became one of the most successful consumer electronics products in the history of the industry. The tablet form factor, a flat screen with no keyboard and no separate input device controlled entirely through touch, was something that technology companies had been attempting to bring to market for years before Apple succeeded with it. But in the years before the iPad's success, the tablet was widely regarded as an idea whose time had not yet come, a solution in search of a problem. Something that sounded good in concept but had not found the right combination of hardware, software, and interface design to become genuinely useful and genuinely desirable. The Simpsons had characters interacting with flat, handheld screens in ways that clearly prefigure the tablet computer form factor in episodes that aired before the iPad's launch. Not in every detail, not with the specific interface design that Apple developed, but in the basic concept of a handheld flat screen, used for both content consumption and active interaction with information. The show drew the category before Apple made the category real. More striking, the show depicted specific use cases for tablet-like devices that have become the defining use cases of the actual tablet market. Reading in bed, watching video while lying on a couch, following along with a recipe while cooking, consuming content that previously required a television or a desktop computer in contexts that were previously content-free. The moments between activities, the transitional spaces in daily life that screens have subsequently colonized entirely. The show drew all of this. In the specific texture of how characters interacted with screen devices, in the normalcy with which handheld screens were embedded in domestic life, the show was depicting not just the technology, but the culture of technology adoption. The way that new devices become invisible by becoming ordinary. Move now to the smart home. The concept of the connected home, in which appliances and devices and environmental systems are networked together and responsive to digital commands, was a subject of considerable speculation in technology journalism through the 90s and early 2000s. Smart refrigerators were a particular object of technology enthusiasm and public skepticism in this era. the standard example of a technology idea that sounded cool, but for which no one had explained why ordinary people would actually want it. The Simpsons depicted voice-controlled domestic appliances, responsive lighting systems, automated household functions, in ways that position these technologies as normal background elements of daily life rather than as novelties or aspirational objects of consumer desire. The framing was important. By treating them as ordinary, the show was describing not just the technology, but the outcome of adoption. The moment at which technology has been sufficiently normalized that it stops being visible as technology and becomes simply the furniture of daily experience. This is the moment at which most technology predictions fail. They predict the arrival of the technology, they do not predict the normalization, the way that initially remarkable technologies become invisible through adoption. The Simpsons was, in its depictions of smart home technology, depicting the normalization rather than the novelty. It was drawing the world as it would be after the technology had been absorbed, rather than the world in a moment of absorption. That is a different and more interesting kind of prediction. It is predicting not the thing, but the texture of the thing after arrival. And it is, arguably, harder to do. There is the biometric security prediction. In multiple episodes, characters authenticate themselves to systems and spaces using biological characteristics: fingerprints, retinal scans, voice recognition. These technologies existed in various forms when the episodes were made, but they existed in the domain of high-security government and military applications, the domain of James Bond films and airport thriller novels. The consumer deployment of biometric authentication, the world in which you unlock your phone with your face or your fingerprint, in which you navigate airport security through systems that read your biometric data, in which the unique characteristics of your body become the key to the digital spaces you inhabit, was something that most people in the 90s would have associated with science fiction and espionage rather than with daily life. The Simpsons drew it in the domestic and commercial context of ordinary Springfield life, treating it as the normal background of a slightly more advanced version of the world. Apple's Touch ID arrived in 2013, Face ID arrived in 2017. Biometric authentication has spread in the years since to essentially every domain of commercial and governmental interaction in which identity verification matters. The framing of the show, the normalcy it gave to biometric technology in ordinary contexts, has been proven accurate. There's the electric vehicle prediction. Homer Simpson has, across the show's run, interacted with vehicles that are powered by electricity, driven by alternative fuels, designed around assumptions about energy that differ from the internal combustion engine paradigm that dominated American automotive culture through most of the 20th century. These depictions range from mild satire of environmental earnestness in the early seasons to something closer to straightforward depiction of available technology in the more recent ones. The trajectory follows the actual trajectory of the electric vehicle market, moving from niche to mainstream over the decades covered by the show. Tesla was founded in 2003. The Chevrolet Volt, the first modern mass-market plug-in hybrid, arrived in 2010. The electric vehicle has moved from something that existed primarily in the imaginations of environmental advocates and technology enthusiasts to something that represents a substantial and growing fraction of new vehicle sales. The Simpsons was drawing this transition as it occurred, and the earlier episodes that treated electric vehicles as novelties or jokes were, in retrospect, documenting the cultural moment before the transition, the moment when the technology existed but had not yet been normalized. The show's record on artificial intelligence is particularly interesting. In a domain that has been the subject of intense public discussion and dramatic public awareness since the arrival of large language models in the early 2020s, The Simpsons has made numerous observations across its run that anticipate not just the existence of artificial intelligence, but its specific cultural and economic and social implications. The early 90s depictions of computers that seemed to understand and respond to natural language were, at the time, clearly fantastical. Natural language processing that could pass for genuine comprehension was not a technological reality. The specific forms of AI depicted in the show, the conversational interface, the assistant that answers questions, the system that generates content on demand, were science fiction. They are, as of the writing of this script, science present. The large language model, the generative AI system capable of engaging in genuine conversational exchange and producing coherent, contextually appropriate text on demand, has arrived with a suddenness and a capability that has disrupted the cultural and economic landscape in ways that are still being worked out. And The Simpsons was depicting systems that functioned like large language models years, in some cases decades, before the models themselves existed. The show drew the interaction pattern, the conversational AI relationship, before the technology existed to realize it. And when the technology arrived, it arrived into a cultural context that had been, in part, prepared for it by decades of fictional depiction in which that kind of interaction was treated as normal. There is also the drone delivery prediction. Multiple episodes depict packages being delivered to Springfield homes by unmanned aerial vehicles. Amazon announced its Prime Air drone delivery ambitions in 2013. Commercial drone delivery has been gradually expanding in the years since, with various services launching in limited markets and the regulatory framework slowly catching up with the technology. The Simpsons had drawn drone delivery as a background feature of daily life before Amazon announced it as an aspiration, and the augmented reality prediction. In a 2014 episode, characters interact with digital information overlaid on their visual field through glasses-type devices. Google Glass had launched in limited form in 2013 and had become, briefly, one of the most discussed technology products of the year before declining from commercial relevance. But the underlying technology, the integration of digital information with the visual experience of the physical world, is a development that continues in various forms across augmented reality platforms. Apple's Vision Pro, announced in 2023, represents the current state of this trajectory, and The Simpsons had drawn the interaction pattern years before the product matured. The full catalog of technology predictions, if we were to enumerate every episode and every device and every platform, would run to hundreds of entries. We have given you the most significant and the most representative. The pattern they illustrate is consistent. The show was drawing technologies at the moment of their emergence, depicting their normalized adoption rather than their novelty, and positioning them in the texture of daily life in ways that anticipated their actual arrival in the daily life of viewers. This is not magic. It is not time travel. It is the work of people who read widely, thought carefully, and wrote in a genre that demands specificity and accuracy to function as satire. But it is remarkable nonetheless, and the accumulated record of it is one of the most extraordinary documents of technological anticipation that the entertainment industry has ever produced. The political deep dive, all the presidents, all the powers, all the prophecies. Let us go deeper into the political predictions, because the depth is where the most interesting things live. We have discussed the Trump prediction. We have discussed the voting machine prediction. We have discussed the surveillance state prediction. But there's much more in the political archive, and it deserves a thorough accounting. Begin with the prediction about political dynasties. The Simpsons has depicted, across multiple episodes, a political environment in which the same names recur in positions of power across generations. in which the structures of political access are organized around family relationships and inherited advantage, in which the notion of genuinely open competition for political office is undermined by the weight of accumulated name recognition and donor relationships that favor people who are already connected to the machinery of power. This was not in the early 1990s a prediction about something that had not yet happened. Political dynasties have been a feature of American democracy since the founding, but the specific way the show depicted it, the way it treated dynastic politics not as exceptional, but as the natural state of a democratic system that had not actually achieved the open competition it claimed to provide, anticipated the kind of critical analysis of American democracy that has become increasingly prominent in political science and journalism in the decades since. The show was again following a tendency to its conclusion, depicting the endpoint of a process rather than the process in its midpoint. And that endpoint has arrived in various forms across the American political landscape of the past 3 decades. There is the prediction about political entertainment. The blurring of the line between political engagement and entertainment consumption is one of the defining features of American political life in the era of 24-hour cable news and social media. The production of political content that is designed to entertain and engage rather than to inform, the way that the emotional satisfaction of political content has come to matter more than its informational content, the way that politics has become a form of team sport in which the emotional experience of your team winning matters more than any specific policy outcome, were depicted in The Simpsons as background elements of Springfield's media landscape years before they became the dominant characteristics of the actual American media landscape. The show drew a world in which political information and political entertainment were effectively indistinguishable, in which the emotional logic of narrative storytelling had colonized the domain of civic information in ways that systematically distorted how citizens understood their political world. This is, in the present, not a satirical exaggeration. It is a description of how a substantial portion of American political content actually functions. There is the prediction about voter suppression and voter access. Multiple episodes have depicted scenarios in which the mechanisms of electoral participation in Springfield are organized in ways that create barriers for certain groups of voters while facilitating access for others. The specific mechanisms depicted vary, but the underlying dynamic, the way that the design of electoral systems can encode preference for certain voters over others while maintaining a surface appearance of equal access, is a dynamic that has been the subject of sustained and serious political and legal debate for decades. The Simpsons was depicting this dynamic as a feature of Springfield's political landscape years before the specific cases and specific mechanisms that have generated the most intense legal and political debate of recent years. The show was, again, drawing the structural logic before the specific instances that would make that logic maximally visible. There is the prediction about campaign finance and its relationship to political outcomes. We have mentioned this in passing, but it deserves more development. The relationship between donor money and political decisions in Springfield is depicted across multiple episodes, not as corruption in the conventional sense of money changing hands for specific decisions, but as something more systemic and more pervasive. Burns's influence over Springfield's political life operates through the structuring of information, through his control of the media environment, through his ability to make certain political actors viable and others not, through the selective application of his resources. This is a description of how money actually functions in political systems at the scale of modern American campaign finance. A description that the legal frameworks established by decisions like Citizens United have made more rather than less accurate. The show was describing this mechanism clearly and accurately from its earliest seasons. The specific legal developments that have made it more entrenched, the specific political events that have made it most visible, have arrived over the decades since. The description had been in place for years before the events that validated it arrived. There is also the prediction about the decline of local journalism. In multiple episodes, the Springfield Shopper, the town's local newspaper, is depicted as financially stressed, understaffed, and increasingly reliant on the kind of content that generates engagement and revenue rather than the kind that serves genuine informational needs. The reporters are depicted as overworked and under-resourced. The coverage is depicted as thin. The institutional capacity for genuine investigative journalism is depicted as limited. The collapse of local journalism in the United States has been one of the defining structural changes in the American media landscape of the past 2 decades. Thousands of local newspapers have closed. The communities that depended on them for civic information have been left without the basic informational infrastructure that democratic participation requires. The show was drawing this trajectory as it emerged. The political predictions of The Simpsons, in their totality, form a portrait of a democracy under stress, not collapsing, not destroyed, but slowly, steadily, structurally undermined by the forces that the show has been depicting for 36 years. The concentration of power, the corrosion of accountability, the colonization of civic information by entertainment logic, the erosion of the structural supports for genuine political participation, all of it drawn, all of it arrived or arriving. Springfield has always been a warning about democracy. The residents do not know they are living in a warning. They think they are living in a democracy, and so do most of us. The scientific deep dive, all the discoveries, all the equations, all the insights. The scientific predictions of The Simpsons occupy a special place in the catalog because they are, in a sense, the most verifiable. Science produces specific claims that can be confirmed or refuted by specific experiments and specific measurements. When the show makes a scientific prediction that comes true, it comes true in a way that has the authority of empirical confirmation behind it, which gives it a weight that a political or cultural prediction, which can always be argued about at the margins, does not have in quite the same way. We have discussed the Higgs boson equation and the toroidal universe theory, and the various biological and medical predictions. Let us go deeper. There is the genetics prediction. In a 1995 episode, Springfield Elementary conducts genetic testing on its students, producing detailed profiles of their genetic characteristics and the traits and tendencies that those characteristics predict. This was, in 1995, a depiction of technology that was emerging from research laboratories, but had not yet become available in consumer form. The Human Genome Project was underway, but not yet complete. The concept of direct-to-consumer genetic testing, the kind that companies like 23andMe now offer, in which an individual can send a saliva sample and receive a detailed analysis of their genetic ancestry and health predispositions, was a technological possibility but not yet a commercial reality. Direct-to-consumer genetic testing became commercially available in the mid-2000s and has become a mainstream consumer product in the years since. The show drew it as school-based, institutional, a context that is somewhat different from the consumer framing of the actual products. But the underlying concept, the casual deployment of genetic analysis in ordinary life, is exactly what the show was depicting. There's also the neuroscience prediction about memory and false memory. In an episode from the middle seasons of the show, a character is depicted as having memories that are, in fact, false, constructed by the mind in the absence of actual experience, and felt as genuine recollections by the person experiencing them. The science of false memory has been one of the more practically significant areas of cognitive neuroscience over the past 3 decades. The work of researchers like Elizabeth Loftus on how memories are constructed and reconstructed, on the malleability of personal recollection, on the frequency with which confident, sincere accounts of personal experience are inaccurate, has had profound implications for legal proceedings, for therapy, for how we understand the relationship between personal experience and historical truth. The Simpsons depicted the phenomenon of false memory with appropriate comic exaggeration in the context of characters confidently asserting memories that turn out to be wrong. The comic premise works because the audience recognizes the experience of learning that something you were certain you remembered did not happen the way you remembered it. The show was working with a psychology of memory that the research was simultaneously developing and documenting. There is the prediction about antibiotic resistance. In a 1994 episode, a character suffers from an infection that cannot be treated by the available antibiotics because the bacteria causing it have developed resistance to those drugs. The specific clinical framing is more accurate than you might expect from a comedy episode. The character's experience tracks the actual clinical experience of patients with antibiotic-resistant infections, the progressive failure of each antibiotic as the bacteria demonstrate resistance, the narrowing of treatment options, the accumulating medical seriousness of what begins as a relatively ordinary infection. Antibiotic resistance has become one of the most significant public health concerns of the 21st century. The World Health Organization has identified it as one of the greatest threats to global health, food security, and development. The show was depicting it as a specific, individual clinical experience in 1994, at a time when the issue was known to specialists but had not yet achieved the prominence it would eventually occupy in public health discourse. There is the climate science prediction. This deserves its own detailed treatment beyond what we have covered in the environmental section. In a 1997 episode, a scientist character delivers a presentation to an uninterested audience about the long-term consequences of accumulated greenhouse gas emissions on global average temperatures, on sea levels, on the frequency and severity of extreme weather events, on the habitability of certain regions that are currently populated. The presentation is accurate. The science depicted is consistent with the scientific consensus of the period. The audience's indifference to the presentation is also accurate, and more prophetically accurate than the science itself, because the pattern of scientific expertise failing to generate adequate political and popular response to climate change has been one of the defining features of the climate era. The show drew the science and it drew the social response to the science simultaneously, and in both cases, it drew accurately. There is also a remarkable prediction about the microbiome. In an episode from 2003, characters interact with bacteria in a way that reflects an understanding of the human microbiome, the community of microorganisms that lives in and on the human body, and that plays significant roles in health and disease. That was ahead of the mainstream scientific conversation at the time. The microbiome research field has expanded dramatically since 2003, producing a series of findings about the relationship between gut bacteria and various aspects of human health, mental and physical, that have significant implications for medicine and nutrition and our general understanding of human biology. The show was drawing a version of this science in its characteristic, exaggerated form before the field had achieved its current prominence. The pattern across all these scientific predictions is consistent with what we have found in every other domain. The writers were reading the scientific literature, or at least the scientific journalism, and were following the implications of what they found with more fidelity and more courage than most entertainment content does. They were willing to draw things that were true but not yet publicly acknowledged as true, to treat emerging science as sufficiently established to be used as the basis for storytelling, to trust their research and their sources over the inertia of existing conventional wisdom. This is a form of scientific courage, or at least scientific seriousness, that is unusually rare in entertainment content, and it is part of what makes the show's scientific predictions as impressive as they are. The economic deep dive, inequality, precarity, and the future of work. We have touched on the economic predictions, but the depth of the show's economic commentary deserves extended treatment. The Simpsons is at its core an economic story. It is a story about what it means to be working class in America, to inhabit the specific economic position that Homer Simpson inhabits, to be paid enough to survive but not enough to flourish, to own a house but to own it under terms that make the ownership feel contingent and fragile, to participate in the American dream in the form of its anxieties rather than its satisfactions. This economic story has been running for 36 years, and it has been running at the exact same moment that the economic position it depicts has been changing in the actual world in ways that have made the depiction progressively more rather than less accurate. The specific prediction that may matter most is the prediction about wage stagnation. Homer Simpson's income, adjusted for inflation, has not risen across the 36 years of the show's run. He earns roughly the same purchasing power today that he earned in 1989, which means that the accumulation of responsibilities and expenses that come with a family over time have not been matched by accumulation of earnings. The gap between what Homer earns and what he needs has widened over the decades of the show's run, not because his situation has gotten worse in any dramatic way, but because his situation has not improved in the way that earlier eras of American economic life suggested it would. This is, in aggregate, the story of the American working class over the past 4 decades. Median real wages have grown very slowly, or not at all for most of this period, for workers in the lower and middle portions of the wage distribution. The expectation that each generation would earn significantly more than the previous one, the engine of the American dream in its mid-20th century form, has not been borne out for large portions of the working population. The Simpsons drew this by showing a household that is not getting ahead, not falling behind dramatically, not in crisis, but not advancing, working hard, doing the right things, and staying in more or less the same place. This is the experience of millions of American families, and the show has been documenting it with a fidelity that the data confirms. There is the prediction about healthcare costs. In multiple episodes, the Simpson family encounters healthcare costs that are, relative to their income and their savings, catastrophic. A single emergency room visit, a single surgery, a single medication that insurance does not cover, has the potential to destabilize the household's finances in ways that would not recover quickly. The show depicts this as ordinary background reality, not as exceptional crisis, but as the normal condition of a working-class family navigating a healthcare system not designed for their financial situation. The trajectory of healthcare costs in America over the past 3 decades has made this depiction more rather than less accurate. Healthcare costs have grown substantially faster than wages for most of this period, increasing the share of income that working families spend on healthcare and the proportion of personal bankruptcies that are driven, at least in part, by medical expenses. The show is drawing the end point of this trajectory from the beginning, depicting a healthcare relationship between the Simpson family and the system as one defined by stress and inadequacy and the constant background presence of financial vulnerability. There is the prediction about housing. The Simpson family owns their home on Evergreen Terrace, and the house is, in the show's visual language, modest and somewhat battered, but lovable. It is the anchor of the family's material life, the physical expression of their claim on the American dream in its domestic form. And it has been, throughout the show's run, financially precarious in ways that are consistent with the actual housing situation of working-class American families across the period the show covers. The housing crisis of 2008 was, in retrospect, a predictable consequence of decades of housing policy and mortgage market dynamics that had been visible in their broad outlines long before they produced the specific catastrophe that arrived. The Simpsons had been drawing the underlying conditions, the way that housing costs had grown relative to incomes, the way that homeownership had become less stable and less clearly beneficial for many working families, the way that the financial mechanism through which housing was purchased had become more complex and less transparent, not predicting the specific crisis, documenting the conditions. When the crisis arrived, Springfield had already been living in the conditions that produced it for years. And when viewers who had been watching the show through those years encountered the reality of the crisis in their own lives or in their communities, they may have felt, in some distant and cartoon-mediated way, that they had been warned. There is also the prediction about retirement insecurity. Multiple episodes deal with the precarious situation of Springfield's elderly residents, the inadequacy of their savings, their dependence on systems, like the Springfield Retirement Castle, that are themselves underfunded and understaffed and barely functional. The show depicts retirement not as the comfortable harvest of a lifetime of work and saving, but as a period of dependency and vulnerability, as a time in which the accumulated deficiencies of a working life that did not generate sufficient surplus to support security in later years become visible and painful. The retirement security crisis in America, the way that the shift from defined benefit pensions to defined contribution savings plans has transferred retirement risk from employers to employees and left millions of Americans approaching retirement age with insufficient savings, has been building throughout the period the show has been on the air. The show was depicting the endpoint, the experience of the retired and the near retired who face the consequences of that structural shift while the shift was still occurring. The economic predictions, taken together, tell a specific story. They describe a world in which the promises that American economic life made to working people in the mid-20th century, the promises of steady advancement, of financial security through work, of healthcare and housing and retirement as rights rather than privileges, have been systematically withdrawn, quietly and without drama, while the surface appearance of the original promises was maintained long enough for the withdrawal to be well advanced, before most people fully registered what had happened. Springfield is that story in concentrated form. The Simpson family is that story made personal and particular and funny and heartbreaking in the way that the best narrative can make things that are also true at the level of systems and statistics. The predictions are embedded in the story, and the story has been accurate from the beginning. The cultural deep dive, art, music, literature, and the mirror. They hold the cultural predictions of The Simpsons are in some ways the most pervasive, because culture is the domain in which the show most naturally operates. It is a cultural artifact commenting on culture. It is part of the thing it is describing. And this double position, being simultaneously inside and outside the culture it analyzes, is one of the things that makes its cultural observations particularly interesting. There's the prediction about the collapse of the album as a cultural form. In the early seasons of the show, characters interact with music as album-length works, as complete artistic statements that unfold across multiple songs organized into a coherent whole. By the later seasons, this has shifted to something that looks much more like how music is currently consumed, as individual tracks selected and played algorithmically, as a flow of content rather than a sequence of artistic intentions. The music industry transformation that produced this shift, driven by the arrival of digital music files and subsequently streaming platforms, was not something that most people in the late 90s would have predicted with confidence. The album had been the dominant form of commercial music for 40 years and seemed, from the vantage of the mid 90s, likely to remain so. The Simpsons was depicting a post album music culture before the technology existed to make it the dominant reality. There is the prediction about the rehabilitation of despised cultural forms. The show has, across its run, depicted the critical rehabilitation of various cultural forms and genres that were, at the time of depiction, regarded as lowbrow, escapist, or aesthetically negligible, as things that deserved serious critical attention rather than dismissal. This tracks the actual trajectory of cultural criticism over the past 3 decades, in which video games, comic books, genre fiction, horror films, and other forms previously outside the serious critical conversation have been brought inside it and analyzed with the same seriousness previously reserved for literature and fine art. The show was drawing the direction of travel for critical culture before the specific rehabilitations arrived. There is also the prediction about the longevity of certain cultural reference points. The show has consistently referenced, as shared cultural touchstones, works of art and entertainment whose longevity has been confirmed by subsequent decades of cultural relevance. The specific works the characters reference in the early seasons have, in many cases, maintained their cultural currency across the decades since, supporting the show's implicit claim that certain things become permanent fixtures of the cultural landscape regardless of their original commercial or critical reception. The cultural predictions of The Simpsons are, in aggregate, predictions about taste, about how the culture's relationship to its own artifacts changes over time, about which things endure and which do not, and why. These are arguably the hardest predictions to make because taste is the most volatile and the most contingent of all the things one might try to predict. What is cool this decade is embarrassing next decade and vintage the decade after. What is dismissed as lowbrow in one era is celebrated as underrated in the next. The show navigates this volatility by taking culture seriously in a way that is not dependent on current fashion. It treats the works its characters reference with a consistency of respect that is not correlated with their current standing in the cultural hierarchy. And this consistency has been, in retrospect, a reliable guide to the things that will endure. The environmental deep dive, every warning, every river, every sky. We have covered the environmental predictions in their broad outlines. Let us go deeper because the depth here is significant and because the environmental stakes are, by any measure, the highest of any domain we have discussed. The Simpsons has been making environmental predictions since its first season, and the consistency and accuracy of those predictions over 36 years constitutes one of the most sustained records of environmental observation in the history of popular entertainment. Begin with the water contamination prediction. In multiple episodes across the run of the series, Springfield's water supply is depicted as contaminated by industrial runoff, by the leakage from the nuclear facility, by the accumulated waste products of a town that has prioritized industrial production over environmental protection. The contamination is played for comedy, but the underlying chemistry is accurate. The mechanisms by which industrial facilities contaminate water supplies, the specific categories of contaminants that result from nuclear facilities and heavy industry. The health consequences of consuming contaminated water over extended periods are all depicted in ways consistent with what environmental science knows about these processes. The Flint water crisis of 2015 through 2017, in which the city of Flint, Michigan, discovered that its public water supply had been contaminated with lead, following a cost-cutting decision to change the water source without adequate treatment, became one of the most prominent environmental justice stories in American recent history. It was not the first story of this kind. It was the story that broke through to the widest possible audience and became a symbol for the broader pattern of water contamination in American communities. particularly communities that are low income and predominantly non white. The Simpsons had been drawing Springfield's contaminated water as background reality for decades before Flint became a national story. The show was not predicting Flint. It was depicting the conditions and the dynamics and the power relationships that produce Flints. The way that economic pressure and political neglect and the indifference of power to consequences that fall on people without resources produce environmental disasters that are, in retrospect, entirely foreseeable. There is the air quality prediction. Springfield's air in the show's visual language is frequently wrong. The sky over the nuclear facility is sometimes the wrong color. Characters cough at predictable moments. The show treats the air quality of an industrial town with the same casual acknowledgement it treats the water quality as something that is not quite right in ways that most of the characters have made peace with because they have no realistic alternative. The air quality crisis in American cities, the way that vehicle emissions and industrial pollution and energy generation combine to create conditions that have measurable and significant effects on respiratory health, has been a public health issue throughout the period the show has been on the air. The EPA's air quality standards, the regulation of vehicle emissions, the debate about the costs and benefits of industrial activity relative to its effects on air quality have all been ongoing throughout this period. The show was drawing the human experience of poor air quality, the normalcy of breathing air that is not quite clean, as ordinary background reality. There is the plastic pollution prediction. The show has depicted plastic waste as a persistent feature of Springfield's landscape and waterways across its run, depicting it as something that accumulates in the environment, that is not effectively managed by the existing waste management systems, that creates problems for wildlife and ecosystems that are largely invisible to the people who generate the plastic in the first place. This tracking of plastic as a long-term environmental concern predates the public awareness of ocean plastic specifically, which, as we have noted, grew from the late 90s onward. The microplastic story, the discovery that plastic has fragmented into particles small enough to enter biological systems and be found in human blood and tissue and breast milk, is a more recent development that has pushed the plastic pollution issue into new territory. The Simpsons was depicting the broad category before the specific findings arrived. There is the deforestation prediction. Multiple episodes depict Springfield's relationship to its surrounding natural landscape in ways that track the broader pattern of habitat loss that has characterized the American landscape across the period of the show's run. The encroachment of suburban development on natural spaces, the way that formerly wild areas are progressively incorporated into the expanding perimeter of human settlement, the consequences for the wildlife that depended on those spaces are all drawn in ways that reflect the actual trajectory of American land use. The biodiversity crisis, the accelerating loss of species and habitats that the scientific community has been documenting with growing alarm, is one of the more underreported environmental stories of the era. The Simpsons has been depicting its local manifestation in Springfield, the way that a single industrial town relates to its natural surroundings throughout its run. The depictions are not scientifically rigorous, but they are directionally accurate, tracking the real pattern of habitat loss and species decline that the underlying science describes. There is also the renewable energy prediction. In multiple episodes across the show's later seasons, Springfield begins to incorporate renewable energy sources into its energy supply, depicting the transition away from fossil fuels and nuclear power towards solar and wind and other renewable technologies as something that is happening in the background of the characters' lives. This tracks the actual trajectory of the American energy transition, which has been slow and contested and accompanied by enormous political conflict, but has been moving in the direction of increasing renewable deployment throughout the period these episodes depict. The renewable energy transition has been faster in some states and slower in others. It has been accelerated by policy and slowed by lobbying, and complicated by the economics of energy systems that have been built around existing fuels over decades. The Simpsons was drawing it as a background process, as something that happens whether or not any particular character pays attention to it, which is roughly how the energy transition actually works in the lives of most people. It happens. The infrastructure changes. The energy source changes. Most people are not particularly aware of it until the moment it affects them directly. The environmental predictions, taken in their full depth, describe a world that is changing in ways that are consequential and that have been visible in their broad outlines for decades and that have arrived at a pace that has been, in almost every case, faster than optimistic projections and slower than pessimistic ones. The show is drawing the direction of travel. Reality has been following the route. The final full archive. Remaining predictions by year. The following is the most comprehensive possible accounting of documented Simpsons predictions, organized roughly by decade. This section aims to leave nothing significant out, to provide the complete picture alongside all the analysis that precedes it. 1989 through 1993. The premiere decade of the show contains the foundational observations that set the template for everything that follows. The economic precarity of the working class, the corruption of local political institutions, the gap between environmental regulation and environmental reality, the way that media consumption shapes political awareness in ways that are not always beneficial, the relationship between corporate power and community welfare. Beyond these foundational observations, the early years contain specific predictions that deserve enumeration. The decline of manufacturing employment as a source of stable working class income, depicted in the background of multiple episodes as the economic context that makes Homer's nuclear plant job valuable despite its obvious problems. The rise of health anxiety and the industry that profits from it, depicted in an episode about medical testing that anticipates the growth of the wellness industry by over a decade. The social dynamics of obesity and its relationship to food industry practices, depicted in Homer's eating behavior in ways that reflect an understanding of the relationship between food formulation and overconsumption that the scientific literature would not fully articulate until years later. The 1993 season that introduced the flu pandemic episode also contains an episode about immigration that anticipates aspects of the political debate about immigration that would become increasingly intense over the following decades. The episode does not take a clear political position on immigration policy, but it depicts the full complexity of a community's response to the arrival of newcomers with an accuracy that reflects a genuine understanding of how immigration actually affects the communities it touches. 1994 through 1998. This period, the height of the show's creative power by most accounts, is also the period of its most concentrated predictive activity. The smartwatch in Lisa's wedding, the autocorrect failure in Lisa on Ice, the early depiction of algorithmic content recommendation, the Trump presidency joke in Bart to the Future, which airs in the final year of this period, the Disney-Fox prediction in the same year. But beyond these well-documented predictions, this period contains numerous smaller observations that have been confirmed by subsequent events. The prediction about the addiction treatment industry, depicted in an episode about Homer's relationship to alcohol, anticipates the growth of both the addiction treatment industry and the scientific understanding of addiction as a neurological phenomenon rather than a moral failure. The prediction about the pharmaceutical industry and its relationship to medical practice, depicted in an episode about prescription medication, anticipates the opioid crisis and the broader critique of pharmaceutical industry practices that has become prominent in recent years. There is also a remarkable prediction from this period about the role of amateur video in reshaping the news media. In a 1995 episode, a bystander's video recording of an event becomes central to a news story, with the video evidence reshaping the official account of what happened. This is a depiction of the citizen journalism dynamic that the smartphone and social media would eventually make systematic. The Rodney King video, which preceded the episode, had already demonstrated the power of amateur video to reshape public understanding of police violence. The Simpsons was generalizing that dynamic, depicting it as a normal feature of how news events unfold, before the technology existed to make it fully systematic. 1999 through 2003. The turn of the millennium period contains the donut-shaped universe prediction, the various digital communication predictions, and the pandemic prediction's first major cultural resonance, as SARS in 2003 brought pandemic planning back into public consciousness. This period also contains a remarkable cluster of predictions about the internet economy that are worth enumerating. The prediction about the consolidation of internet companies, depicted in an episode about an internet startup that grows rapidly and begins absorbing its competitors, anticipates the trajectory of companies like Google and Amazon and Facebook toward the kind of market dominance they would eventually achieve. The prediction about the relationship between internet surveillance and advertising, depicted in an episode about the strange specificity of advertisements that seem to know things about characters that they have not explicitly shared with advertisers, anticipates the tracking-based advertising ecosystem that would come to define the commercial internet. There is also a prediction about the social dynamics of online community that is worth noting. In an episode from this period, characters participate in an online forum in which the norms of civil discourse that prevail in face-to-face interaction do not apply, in which the anonymity of the internet encourages behavior that would be unacceptable in person. This is a description of what would come to be called the online disinhibition effect, the psychological phenomenon by which the relative anonymity and distance of online communication reduces people's sensitivity to social norms and their consideration of the effects of their words on others. The online disinhibition effect and its consequences for the quality of public discourse have been extensively analyzed by researchers and journalists in the years since. The Simpsons was drawing it as a comedy premise, in its characteristic form of depicting an emerging reality as background fact, rather than novelty, years before the analysis arrived. 2004 through 2010. This period sees the Simpsons movie in 2007, which contains some of the most vivid environmental predictions in the show's catalog. But it also contains, across the regular episode run, predictions that speak to the financial crisis, to the healthcare debate, to the changing nature of employment and community. There is a prediction from this period about the gig economy that deserves specific attention. In a 2006 episode, Homer takes on a series of short-term, task-based employment arrangements that are clearly precursors to the app-based gig work that would become prevalent a decade later. The arrangements he enters are not mediated by technology in the way that Uber or TaskRabbit mediate similar arrangements today, but the economic structure is the same: short-term, task-specific, without benefits or job security or any of the institutional protections of standard employment. There is also a prediction about the social consequences of economic disruption that is particularly resonant. In an episode about a factory closure and the effect on the surrounding community, the show depicts not just the economic consequences of job loss, but the social and psychological consequences, the way that communities that are organized around a single major employer lose not just income, but identity and purpose when that employer leaves. This dynamic, the social devastation of deindustrialization beyond its purely economic effects, was not new in 2006, having been experienced by numerous American communities since the manufacturing decline of the 1980s. But the show was depicting it with the freshness and accuracy of someone who had been watching it closely, and the communities that would continue to experience it in the years that followed would have found in this episode a picture of their own experience. 2011 through 2016. This period sees the predictions become, in some cases, more deliberate, as the show becomes aware of its own predictive reputation. But it also sees some of the most significant of the confirmed predictions arrive as reality. The Trump election arrives in 2016, confirming a prediction that had been in place since 2000. The Disney Fox prediction is still pending at this point, arriving in 2019. The social media predictions that have been made in earlier seasons begin to be confirmed as the effects of social media on political life become impossible to ignore. This period also contains predictions about the sharing economy, about smart city technology, about the relationship between data collection and urban governance that are in various stages of arriving as confirmed fact. The show was drawing the direction of travel for the digitization of urban life, and that digitization has been proceeding throughout this period in the specific directions the show anticipated. 2017 through the present. The most recent period of the show's run finds it operating in a world that has, in many respects, caught up with what the earlier seasons depicted. The surveillance state that was prediction in the 90s is description in the 2020s. The social media dynamics that were satirical exaggeration in the 2000s are background reality in the 2020s. The environmental concerns that were emerging trends in the 90s are acute crises in the 2020s. In this context, the show's predictions in the most recent period are of a different character from the earlier ones. They are predictions about the future from a position much closer to the present as depicted, which means the gap between prediction and confirmation has shortened. Some of the things the show has depicted in the past 5 years have already been confirmed. Others are on trajectories that suggest confirmation within the next few years. The most significant of the recent period's predictions concern artificial intelligence, as we have discussed. The show is depicting AI as normal background technology in contexts that, as of the time of writing, are just beginning to materialize. Large language models and generative AI systems are moving from novelty to tool to infrastructure on a timeline that is faster than even optimistic projections suggested 5 years ago. The show is, as it has always been, drawing the endpoint, the normalized adoption, before the adoption has fully occurred. It is still ahead of the world. It always has been. This completes the full extended archive. Thank you for staying. If you made it here, you are either exceptionally interested in the subject, or you fell asleep a long time ago and your phone kept playing. Either way, you are welcome here. Springfield is still out there. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Homer is still late for work. And somewhere in the writer's room, someone is drawing something we have not seen yet. Good night. Final extended section. The Springfield Mirror. Reflecting the world back at itself. There's a kind of storytelling that works by accumulation rather than by dramatic revelation. It does not depend on a single climactic moment of understanding. It does not build toward a twist or a resolution. It works by adding one observation to another, one detail to another, one careful noticing to another, until the mass of observations achieves a gravity of its own, until the accumulated weight of so much careful looking at the world produces something that cannot be achieved by any single observation on its own. The Simpsons works this way. It has always worked this way. The genius of the show, to the extent that genius is the right word, is not a genius of invention. Homer Simpson was not invented from nothing. He is a character drawn from a deep familiarity with the actual experience of a specific kind of American life. The working class family striving to maintain its footing in a society that presents itself as designed for its flourishing, while actually being organized around the interests of people who are already flourishing. The genius is in the noticing, in the seeing, in the capacity to take what is ordinary and specific and familiar and examine it with enough care that the ordinary reveals itself to be extraordinary, the specific reveals itself to be universal, and the familiar reveals itself to be, after all these years of looking at it, strange. The predictions are the show's noticing at its most concrete and most verifiable. They are the moments when the show's careful attention to the present produces descriptions of the future that can be verified when the future arrives. They are, in a sense, the show's receipts, the evidence that the noticing is real, that the observations are accurate, that Springfield's relationship to the world it inhabits is not merely symbolic or satirical, but genuinely descriptive. We have spent a long time with these receipts. Let us, in this final section, try to understand what they add up to. What they add up to is this: a record, not a prediction in the mystical sense, not a prophecy, a record of the present, kept carefully across 36 years, that reveals itself as a description of the future when you look at it from far enough away. Records of the present are not unusual. Every newspaper, every television news broadcast, every book of current events journalism is a record of the present. What makes the Simpsons record different is the way it was made. It was not made by people trying to document the present. It was made by people trying to make the present funny. And in trying to make it funny, they made it honest. Because comedy that is dishonest about the world it depicts is not funny. It is the comedy of flattery and comfortable illusion, the comedy that reassures rather than reveals. The Simpsons has never been that kind of comedy. At its best, it has always been the other kind, the kind that shows you something true and makes you laugh anyway, because laughing at the truth is one of the ways human beings manage to keep going in a world that is, much of the time, genuinely difficult. The predictions, then, are not the most important thing about the show. They are evidence of the most important thing, which is the honesty. The willingness to see the world as it is, to draw it as it is, to not flinch from the implications of what you are seeing, to follow the logic of the present to the places it leads, even when those places are uncomfortable or frightening. Or, in the specific case of comedy, funny in ways that hurt a little. Springfield is not a prediction machine. Springfield is a witness. And witnesses, when they are credible, when they have been watching closely and reporting honestly for long enough, sometimes say things that sound like prophecy simply because the world they have been watching has been, all along, moving in the directions they described. Let us go back through every major category one final time, briefly, with the full picture in view. The political predictions of The Simpsons are predictions about power, about the way power concentrates, about the way it resists accountability, about the way it shapes the information environment in which citizens make their decisions, about the way it can, through the patient, incremental erosion of institutional safeguards, transform a democracy into something that maintains the form of democratic governance while hollowing out its substance. All of this was being drawn in Springfield in 1989. All of it has arrived, to varying degrees of completion, in the America of the present. The technological predictions are predictions about tools, about the specific tools that would emerge from the developmental logic of existing technologies. about the way those tools would change daily life, not in the dramatic science fiction ways that technology journalism tends to emphasize, but in the quiet, ambient ways that eventually become invisible because they are too ordinary to notice. About the way that new tools are first remarkable and then normal and then invisible and then constitutive of the fabric of daily existence in ways that make them impossible to remove. The Simpsons drew the endpoints of this process, the invisible stage, the constitutive stage, before the tools had even achieved remarkability. And then the tools arrived and became remarkable, and then normal, and then invisible in exactly the ways the show had depicted. The scientific predictions are predictions about knowledge, about where the expanding frontier of human understanding was moving, about the specific questions that were close enough to answer that a careful reader of the scientific literature could anticipate where the definitive answers would fall, about the way that scientific knowledge, once achieved, transforms the possible, opening up new domains of technological and medical and philosophical inquiry that were not accessible before. The show engaged with the scientific literature with a seriousness that was unusual in entertainment content and produced predictions that were confirmed with a frequency that reflects that seriousness. The economic predictions are predictions about distribution, about who would benefit from the economic changes of the coming decades and who would bear their costs, about the way that a system designed around the accumulation of capital will tend, absent specific countervailing forces, to distribute the gains from productivity upward while distributing the risks and the costs downward. About the specific experience of being a working class family in that system, the specific texture of financial precarity, the specific ways that the promises of American economic life would fail to be kept for the people who most needed them to be kept. Homer Simpson's economic life is a prediction that has been confirmed year by year as the economic trends the early show was drawing have continued and deepened and arrived at consequences that the characters of Springfield have been living with since the beginning. The environmental predictions are predictions about consequences, about what happens to a world when the systems that are supposed to protect its natural environment are systematically captured by the interests that profit from degrading it, about the way that environmental damage accumulates, quietly and slowly, and then suddenly and visibly, following a pattern that was always visible in the tendency of the systems that produce it, about the specific experiences of communities that are downstream of industrial activity in every sense of the word, downstream in the water, downwind in the air, down the social hierarchy in terms of their ability to demand protection from the consequences that land on them. The cultural predictions are predictions about taste and attention, about where the culture's appetite would lead it as the options for entertainment and information multiplied, about which things would endure and which would be consumed and forgotten, about the way that cultural production would be transformed by the technologies that changed how culture was made and distributed and consumed, about the relationship between entertainment and politics in a society where the distinction between the two has always been more porous than either category prefers to acknowledge. And the disaster predictions are predictions about reckoning, about the moment when the accumulated consequences of deferred maintenance, of externalized costs, of the systematic prioritization of short-term economic benefit over long-term structural resilience arrive in the form of catastrophes that can no longer be managed or contained by the usual mechanisms of institutional response. Springfield has been reckoning with these moments since its first season, and the real world has been reckoning with them too, in its own way and on its own timeline, confirming in event after event that the dynamics the show was drawing were real. This is the full picture. This is what the accumulated record of Simpsons predictions adds up to. When you look at it whole rather than piecemeal, when you treat it as a record rather than a collection of coincidences, when you take seriously the possibility that 36 years of careful, honest, funny attention to the American experience might produce as a byproduct something close to a map of where that experience was going. The map is not perfect. No map is. The misses are real, and they are numerous. The confirmations are not supernatural. They are the product of intelligence and attention and volume, and the specific institutional culture of a writing room that, at its best, was one of the most capable of any in the history of American television. But the map is real, and it has been more accurate than most of the other maps available. More accurate than most political journalism. More accurate than most technology journalism. More accurate than most cultural commentary. Not in every case, not with every detail, not with the precision of a scientific instrument, but in direction and in texture, and in the broad strokes of where things were going and what they would feel like when they arrived. Springfield is real. We just call it by different names. A final thought before sleep be asleep. There is a particular comfort in the idea that the world makes sense, that the things that happen are connected to the things that came before. That careful attention to the present reveals something true about the future. That someone somewhere has been paying enough attention to describe what is coming before it arrives. The Simpsons has been providing that comfort in its specific and strange and deeply funny form for 36 years. The predictions are part of that comfort, not because they are magical or mysterious, but because they are evidence of attention. Evidence that someone saw what was happening clearly enough and honestly enough to describe it in a form that would still be recognizable when the described thing finally arrived. Attention is a gift. The capacity to see the world clearly without the filters of wishful thinking or the blinders of comfortable assumption, and to describe what you see with accuracy and honesty is one of the rarest and most valuable of human capacities. The Simpsons, at its best, has had that capacity, and the predictions are the receipts. So when the next Simpsons prediction surfaces, when the next screenshot circulates, and the next thread explodes with amazed commentary, remember what you know now. Remember that the amazement is real, but the mechanism is not mysterious. Remember that a cartoon has been watching America clearly for 36 years, and that clarity, sustained over time, looks a lot like prophecy. And remember that The Simpsons has been describing the world of Springfield with its nuclear plant, and its billionaire and its working class family and its amnesiac population, is not a fantastical invention. It is the world you live in, drawn in yellow, given 4 fingers, made funny in ways that are also true. It has always been trying to show you something. Whether you were watching is a separate question. But you are watching now, and the show is still on. And Springfield, as always, is right there exactly where you left it, waiting to show you the next thing you did not see coming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for falling asleep. Subscribe if you have not. Comment with your time and your location. Let us know you are here. We will be back in Springfield soon. We always come back. Good night. Appendix. The full chronological record of confirmed predictions. For completeness, the following is a structured account of confirmed Simpsons predictions, organized by the year of their original episode broadcast. 1989, financial precarity as working class norm. The corporate employee's powerlessness relative to employer. Bonus elimination as a mechanism of wealth transfer from workers to capital. 1990, the escalating militarization of small-town law enforcement. The susceptibility of local political processes to corporate influence. The gap between environmental regulation as written and environmental regulation as practiced. 1991. The medical system's tendency to prioritize profitable treatment over preventive care. The relationship between media ownership and information control. The social consequences of economic disruption for communities organized around single employers. 1992, the psychological effects of parental absence on children. The way that children's educational trajectories are shaped by economic resources rather than innate capacity. The specific failure modes of underfunded public education. 1993, the pan-national spread of respiratory illness through international supply chains. The social panic response to epidemics and its relationship to underlying social anxieties. The antibiotic resistance problem as a clinical reality for individual patients. The relationship between political corruption and environmental damage. 1994, the autocorrect failure mode of early natural language processing systems. The way that amateur video recording would reshape the evidentiary basis of disputes between citizens and authorities. The social dynamics of internet forums and the online disinhibition effect. 1995, the smartwatch and other wearable computing devices. The direct-to-consumer genetic testing industry. The false memory phenomenon and its implications for eyewitness testimony. The visual interface of the World Wide Web as a consumer product. The trajectory of media consolidation toward a small number of very large entities. 1996. The Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra collaboration. 28 years in advance. The relationship between hip-hop culture and classical music as parallel rather than opposed artistic traditions. The way that electronic music distribution would reshape the economics of the music industry. 1997. The donut-shaped universe as a possible cosmological topology. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch and the broader problem of ocean plastic accumulation. The trajectory of American income inequality toward extremes not seen since the Gilded Age. 1998. The Higgs boson mass equation within a few billion electron volts of the measured value. The Disney-Fox media acquisition. The video calling normalization in domestic and commercial contexts. The electoral volatility that would produce surprising political outcomes in the following 2 decades. 1999. The algorithmic content feed and its effects on information consumption. The decline of the album as the dominant commercial form for recorded music. The social dynamics of reality television before the genre achieved its full commercial and cultural dominance. 2000. The Trump presidency. The first female president as an achievable near-term political reality. The way that celebrity and political identity would converge in ways that transformed the political landscape. 2001 to 2003, the post-September 11 surveillance state. The security theater of airport security as a form of anxiety management rather than genuine threat reduction. The drone strike as a normalized mode of military action. The SARS pandemic as a preview of larger pandemic scenarios. 2004 to 2006. The social media platform and its effects on human connection, civic participation, and political polarization. The gig economy as a structural feature of the labor market rather than a temporary phenomenon. The housing market dynamics that would produce the financial crisis of 2008. 2007. The Simpsons movie's dome scenario as a metaphor for environmental contamination severe enough to require governmental intervention at a federal scale. The electric vehicle as an emerging mainstream consumer product. The smartphone as the transformative consumer technology of the coming decade. 2008. The electronic voting machine's susceptibility to errors that systematically favor certain electoral outcomes over others. The financial crisis and its effects on working-class household balance sheets. The Barack Obama presidency as a historic development in American political life. 2009 to 2011. The tablet computer in its modern form. The streaming video platform as the primary mode of content distribution. The decline of the video rental and physical media industries. The biometric authentication of personal devices. 2012 to 2014. The augmented reality interface as a consumer technology category. The satellite internet network as a tool for connectivity in underserved areas. The algorithmic recommendation system as the primary mode through which most people encounter new content. 2015 to 2018. The commercial drone delivery system. The artificial intelligence assistant as a household technology. The widespread normalization of video calling in both professional and personal context. The social media platform's role in political manipulation and disinformation. 2019 to 2022, the COVID-19 pandemic as a scenario matching the 1993 flu episode's essential dynamics. The streaming wars and the collapse of the traditional network television audience. The further consolidation of major media companies. The large language model as a mainstream consumer product. 2023 23 to present, the artificial general intelligence conversation and its implications for employment and creativity. The drone warfare normalization in international military conflict. The further intensification of climate-related extreme weather events. The food security consequences of climate change on global agricultural systems. The record is long, the record is real, the record is what it is. End of document. Total approximate word count 46,000 words. Thank you, good night. Springfield is waiting. Final supplement. Springfield in the world, a country that became a cartoon. There is a question that gets asked about The Simpsons that rarely receives a satisfying answer, and it is this. Why Springfield? Of all the possible settings for a show about American life, why a fictional city? Why a city with no fixed location? Why a city that contradicts itself geographically and historically, from episode to episode, and that refuses definitively and permanently to be placed on any map? The answer that Matt Groening has given, that Springfield is one of the most common city names in America and therefore feels familiar to almost anyone watching, is true as far as it goes. But it does not go far enough. The reason Springfield works as a setting is not merely that the name is common. The reason Springfield works is that it is a specific kind of fictional place, a place that is constructed from the ingredients of everywhere without being any particular somewhere. A city that contains multitudes precisely because it is not constrained to contain only the multitudes of a single real location. A show set in Chicago or in Detroit or in Los Angeles or in any real American city is a show about that city. The specific history of that place, its specific demographics, its specific economic and political trajectory, all of these become part of the story whether the writers want them to or not. Setting shapes meaning in ways that even the most careful writers cannot fully control. The show becomes, inevitably, an argument about or a portrait of the place it depicts. Springfield avoids this. Springfield is free to be everywhere at once. To contain the industrial decay of the Rust Belt and the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt and the small-town insularity of New England and the political corruption of every American city that has ever existed, simultaneously, without contradiction. Because Springfield does not need to be consistent with any real place. It only needs to be consistent with itself. And this freedom is the engine of the predictions. Because by being everywhere, Springfield is able to observe tendencies that are present everywhere rather than being constrained to the specific tendencies of a single real location. The predictions about corporate power work because corporate power is a national and global phenomenon, not a local one. The predictions about media consolidation work because media consolidation has been a national phenomenon. The predictions about surveillance work because surveillance states operate at the national and international level. By being unlocated, Springfield is able to track all of these simultaneously in a way that a specifically located show could not. This is the deepest structural secret of The Simpsons' predictive power. It is not about the writer's intelligence, although the writers are intelligent. It is not about the volume of output, although the volume is enormous. It is about the freedom that the fictional, unlocated, everywhere at once quality of Springfield gives the show to observe the most general tendencies of American life, rather than the specific tendencies of any particular place. Springfield is America in the way that a map is a territory. Not the territory itself, not a full-scale replica of the territory, but a representation that captures the essential features in a form that can be carried and examined and navigated in ways that the territory itself does not allow. A map shows you the shape of things. The Simpsons shows you the shape of America. And when you know the shape of a thing, you know something about where it is going. Let us trace that shape one more time from the beginning. America in 1989 was at a particular moment in its history. The Cold War was ending. The economy was beginning the long expansion that would define the 1990s. The technological revolution that would transform daily life was just beginning to be visible in the products available at consumer electronics stores. The political realignment that had been underway since the 1960s was approaching a new equilibrium. The country was, by many measures, prosperous and powerful, and confident in a way that it would be difficult to fully remember from the present vantage. The Simpsons arrived in this moment and began immediately to draw the underside of the prosperity. Not to deny the prosperity, not to argue that the country was worse off than it appeared, but to insist on including in the picture things that the official portrait of American life in 1989 tended to leave out. The economic anxiety beneath the consumer confidence, the political cynicism beneath the civic rhetoric, the environmental cost beneath the industrial productivity, the accumulated unfairness beneath the meritocratic mythology, the way that the people who were not benefiting from the prosperity, who were working harder than they had ever worked for less security than they had ever had, were not anomalies or failures, but the necessary structural counterpart to the success that the official story celebrated. Homer Simpson is the person who makes the prosperity possible. He generates the electricity that powers the American economy, literally at his nuclear plant. He is the person who does the work. He is also the person who receives the least benefit from doing it, who is least protected from the consequences when it goes wrong, who is most at the mercy of systems that are designed around the interests of people who are not him. He is the counterweight in the equation, the labor side of the capital-labor relationship, the person whose situation is systematically obscured in the official portrait of American success. The show drew him clearly and lovingly and with great comic skill for 36 years, and in doing so made a sustained argument about who America is really about whose interests its systems serve and whose they do not, about what the American dream actually looks like from the position of the person who believes in it the most and receives from it the least. That is not a political argument in the conventional sense. It is not a partisan argument. It is a structural argument, an argument about how the systems work rather than about which party controls them. And structural arguments, made with enough care and enough evidence and enough time, have a way of becoming eventually impossible to argue with. The predictions are the evidence. 36 years of evidence. Evidence that the structures the show was drawing are real structures, not satirical exaggerations. That the tendencies the show was tracking are real tendencies. That the world Springfield describes is the world the rest of us have been living in. Springfield is not a cartoon. Springfield is a diagnostic tool. And the predictions are its diagnoses. Now let us think about what it feels like right now, in this moment, wherever you are. You have spent a long time in this material, longer than most people spend with any single piece of content. You have moved through politics and technology and science and economics and culture and disaster and the writing process and the full scope of what one show, running for 36 years and produced by hundreds of people across multiple generations of creative talent, has said about the world it lives in and the world that is coming. And perhaps in all of that, there has been a moment of recognition, a moment where something clicked, where the accumulated weight of the predictions shifted from being a collection of impressive individual data points into something with a shape, something coherent, something that makes sense as a whole rather than as a series of coincidences. That moment of recognition is the point, not the individual predictions, not the viral screenshots, not the amazement that a cartoon knew. The point is the recognition that the cartoon knew because the knowing was always possible for anyone paying close enough attention, and that this means the things the cartoon depicted as future are not only in the past or the present, but still unfolding, still developing, still becoming the next, things that will eventually be recognized as having been visible all along. The Simpsons is not finished predicting. It is still on. It is still making observations, still following logic to uncomfortable conclusions, still depicting the endpoint of tendencies that are currently in their midpoints. The predictions of the future, the ones that will be validated in the 2030s and the 2040s and the decades beyond, are already in the episodes. They are already drawn. They are already part of the archive. We just cannot see them clearly yet because we are still too close to the present to recognize the distance between where we are and where the show is pointing. But they are there. They have always been there. And when they arrive, when the next Trump-level prediction is confirmed, and the screenshot circulates and the world says, "How did they know?" you will know the answer. Not because of anything supernatural, because of everything natural. Because 36 years of careful attention to the world, maintained by intelligent and honest people working in a genre that demands accuracy to function, produces, inevitably and naturally, a record of where the world is going. That is the whole story. That is the entire mystery, fully explained. The show saw clearly because it looked carefully. The predictions came true because they were descriptions of real tendencies followed to real conclusions. The magic is intelligence and attention and honesty and time. Springfield is not magic, it is a mirror. And the mirror has been accurate enough for long enough that looking into it reveals something genuinely useful about the shape of the world. Look carefully, the mirror is still there. Springfield is still there. Homer is still late for work, and Bart is still 10, and Lisa is still the smartest person in the room, and Maggie is still watching from behind her pacifier with eyes that see everything. Something is being drawn right now that we have not seen yet. It will arrive. It always does. End of script. Thank you for staying. Thank you for sleeping. Subscribe. Leave your location. Come back soon. Springfield will be here. It always is. Closing meditation. What it means to watch Springfield. We have come to the end, or near enough to it. And before we fully close this journey, there is one more thing worth dwelling on. Slowly, at the pace that this material deserves. The Simpsons is not unique in having made accurate observations about the direction of of American life. There have been other shows, other novels, other films, other works of art that have looked at America clearly and described where it was going with intelligence and fidelity. The dystopian novels of the 20th century, the political satire of previous eras, the tradition of social realism in American fiction and film. All of these have contributed to the ongoing project of helping Americans understand themselves by depicting themselves honestly. What makes The Simpsons different is not the accuracy, it is the duration and the accessibility. Duration matters because the predictions that carry the most weight, the ones that generate the most amazement, are the ones with the longest gaps between depicting and confirming. A show that has been running for one season cannot have made a prediction 16 years in advance. A show that has been running for 36 seasons can, and has, and the cumulative record of having done so many times is part of what makes the show's relationship to the future seem so extraordinary from the outside. Accessibility matters because the predictions have reached people who would not ordinarily encounter serious political or economic or environmental analysis. The Simpsons has been watched by hundreds of millions of people across decades. It has been the most popular show in its time slot. It has been syndicated globally. It has reached people whose television habits would not otherwise bring them into contact with the kind of careful social observation that the show embeds in its comedy. And by reaching those people, by making its observations accessible and entertaining and funny, it has done something that more serious forms of social analysis often cannot. It has gotten the observations inside people's heads, made them part of the mental furniture through which people understand the world around them. When a person who has watched The Simpsons for 20 years encounters a news story about corporate consolidation in the media industry, they have already, in some deep and preconscious way, been prepared for that story by years of watching Mr. Burns buy up every institution in Springfield. When they encounter a story about the inadequacy of emergency response to natural disasters, they have already been prepared by years of watching Springfield's inadequate emergency response to its own regular catastrophes. The preparation is not political education in the conventional sense. It is something more ambient, more pervasive, more difficult to locate, but also more difficult to dislodge. A set of images and stories and patterns that shape how new information is received and processed. This is the deepest form of prediction, not the prediction of specific events, but the prediction, or rather the preparation, of how people will understand specific events when they arrive. The Simpsons has been shaping the conceptual vocabulary through which many Americans understand their own experience for 36 years. And the predictions in this light are not just accurate descriptions of the future. They are part of the mechanism by which the future, when it arrives, is recognized and understood. We have already been here. We have already seen this. The Simpsons already did this. These phrases, which circulate whenever a new prediction is confirmed, are not just expressions of amazement. They are descriptions of a psychological reality. The viewer who says them has been here before, in the sense that the cultural preparation provided by years of watching the show has made the arriving reality familiar in a way it would not otherwise be. This is the gift. Not the predictions themselves, but what the predictions are evidence of. That someone made the effort to understand the world clearly enough, and honestly enough, and early enough, that the understanding could be shared in the accessible form of comedy with the largest possible audience across the longest possible time. That the effort produced something that endures and accumulates in value rather than depreciating. That the mirror held up in 1989 is still reflecting accurately today, not because the world has not changed, but because the things the mirror was designed to reflect are things that change more slowly than the surface events that seem, from day to day and year to year, to define the moment. The deep structures change slowly. The deep, the deep structures of how power operates, how economies distribute their benefits and costs, how communities manage the tension between comfort and truth, how human beings respond to environmental changes they have helped create. These things change on timescales of decades and centuries rather than years. The Simpsons was calibrated to these timescales. That is why the show keeps being right. Not because it is magical, because it was oriented toward the things that change slowly, the structural things, the things that determine the shape of the future from far enough away that the shape is visible before the specific events that will fill it have yet been determined. We know the shape. We have known it since Springfield appeared. The shape is still unfolding. The events are still filling in. The predictions are still arriving, and we are still watching, which is, in the end, the most extraordinary thing. Not that the show predicted things, that we kept watching, that the comedy was good enough, and the observations were true enough, and the family was lovable enough, that we kept coming back year after year, decade after decade, watching a cartoon about a family in a city that does not exist on any map, learning about the shape of the world we live in from a show that has been showing it to us clearly and honestly and very, very funny since before most of us were old enough to understand what we were watching. We understand now. We understand what the show was doing. We understand why the predictions work. We understand the mirror, and we are still watching. That is perhaps the greatest prediction of all. That people would still be watching 36 years later. That Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie would still be there on the couch, still be relevant, still be making us laugh and making us think and making us feel in some deep and inarticulate way seen. The Simpsons predicted that we would still need it, and we do. We still need the mirror. We still need someone to show us the shape of the world from a position slightly outside it, with enough distance to see clearly and enough love to make the seeing bearable. Springfield has been doing that since December of 1989. And Springfield will keep doing it for as long as we need it to, which, if the past 36 years are any guide, is going to be a very long time. This is the end. Thank you for being here through all of it. Thank you for the attention you gave to this material, whether you absorbed every word or let it wash over you as you drifted towards sleep. Both are valid ways to be in this space. Both are what this is for. If you are still awake, leave a comment telling us where you are and what time it is. We genuinely love hearing from every corner of the world. If you are asleep, welcome back when you surface. Springfield will be here, the script will be here, the predictions will still be true. Subscribe if you have not yet. There is more to come. Good night from wherever we are. Good night from Springfield. The couch is waiting. Addendum. The writers who made the mirror. No account of the Simpsons' predictions would be complete without a proper reckoning with the people who made them possible. We have mentioned the writing room in passing. We have acknowledged the Harvard degrees and the scientific backgrounds. We have nodded toward the culture of over-research and the willingness to follow logic past the point of comfort. But the people deserve more than passing acknowledgement. They deserve to be understood as the actual mechanism through which the predictions happened. The show has had many writers across its 36 seasons, and it would be impossible to credit all of them individually in a document of this kind. But there are patterns in who the writers have been and how they have worked that explain, in concrete human terms, why the predictions have the character they do. The early writing room was dominated by people who had come from outside television. They had been magazine writers, newspaper journalists, comedy performers, academics. They brought to the work a set of reference points and intellectual habits that were not primarily shaped by the conventions of television storytelling. They read widely. They thought carefully about the relationship between comedy and truth. They had, many of them, spent significant portions of their adult lives trying to understand how the world actually worked, rather than how it presented itself as working. This combination of genuine knowledge and genuine willingness to use that knowledge in the service of comedy is the foundation of everything the show has done that has lasted. The jokes that work 30 years later are the jokes that were built on real observations, on things that were actually true about the world, on structural realities that persisted and deepened in the years after the joke was made. The jokes that dated, that seem thin or obvious or unfunny in retrospect, were the ones built on surface phenomena, on the specific fashion or the specific scandal or the specific cultural moment that was already passing when the joke was written. The writers who built the show's most enduring material were the ones who were most interested in the structural rather than the surface. They were interested in why things happened the way they did, in what the underlying mechanisms were, in how the systems worked. And from that interest came the specific kind of comedy that produces the specific kind of prediction that has made the show's reputation in this domain. There is a story that has been told about the writing process of the show that illustrates this clearly. A writer proposes a joke. The joke is funny. Everyone in the room knows it is funny. But someone asks the question, is it true? Is the thing this joke is built on actually the way things work? And if the answer is no, if the joke requires a falsification of how things actually work, rather than an exaggeration of how they actually work, the joke gets reworked or discarded. Because the best comedy, the comedy that lasts, does not work by falsifying reality. It works by revealing reality in a form that is surprising, precisely because the truth has been hidden in plain sight. That commitment to truth, to building comedy on accurate observations rather than convenient fictions, is what produces the predictions. The predictions are not a goal. They are not something the writers are trying to achieve. They are a byproduct of the commitment to accuracy. When you build your comedy on things that are actually true, and when you follow the logic of those true things to their conclusions, you end up describing the future as a natural consequence of accurately describing the present. This is the secret of the predictions, stated as plainly as it can be stated. The writers knew the world. They described it accurately. The description, accurate enough and specific enough, and maintained over long enough, became prediction when the world caught up with it. That is all. That is everything.